And then along the line, if you need to use a washroom, there are 2 exits that will take you to the washroom. On my left, it can take you to the washroom. That is my left. That will be your right. And right in front of me, to that door, it will lead you to the washrooms as well. So those are the few housekeeping rules. But along the line, if you need any help, there are ushers all over. You can also prompt me. I will gladly help you. Now, we have very important dignitaries here in the room. As I go along, I'll introduce them as well. But I'm sure that whilst you did your registration, you may have received a text message from the organizers of the program. Now, if you go to that text message, you see some sentences highlighted. If you click that highlight, it will take you to the program proper. You see the lineup for the program, as well as the dignitaries that will be gracing today's occasion. So with that cleared, we'll start the program. And of course, we want to know the reason why we are here proper. And so I'm going to let a very good friend of mine and my sister to give us the welcome address, take us through the objectives and what we're expecting to achieve at the end of the day. Please let's welcome Madam Hilary Andor to give us the welcome speech.
Good morning, everyone. Come on, Vivian said it earlier, we need a bit more energy. Good morning, everyone. Are we excited to be here? Fantastic, thank you so much, thank you. Honorable Minister of Communications, he's here, I promise you. Director General of the National Communications Authority, industry leaders, partners, and friends. On behalf of Africa Media Bureau, it is my honor to welcome you to this landmark occasion, broadcasting at the Crossroads, a one-day conference that looks at how we can align policy, technology, and global best practices to chart a resilient path for our media. Allow me to extend my warmest appreciation to all stakeholders who have supported this journey, and to you, our distinguished guests, for being here today. The Africa Media Bureau is founded on a clear and urgent purpose: to serve as a trusted hub for media expertise, dialogue, and innovation across the continent. Our objectives are threefold. First, elevating African narratives. We believe Africa must tell its own stories with integrity, depth, and authenticity. Africa Media Bureau will amplify voices that reflect the diversity and richness of our continent. Our second objective, building capacity and thought leadership. By convening forums such as today's, and by nurturing talent, research, and training, we will strengthen the professional capacity of broadcasters, policymakers, and innovators. Our third objective, driving innovation and policy engagement. Broadcasting today sits at the crossroads of technology, regulation, and creativity. African Media Bureau will engage policy leaders, regulators, academics, entrepreneurs, and international partners to shape an inclusive and sustainable media landscape. Our mission is simple yet ambitious: to bridge policy and practice, tradition and technology, Africa and the world. We are committed to being more than just a bureau. We will be a catalyst, convening, researching, mentoring, and inspiring change in the media space. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Media Bureau is focused on building a formidable platform that will pursue knowledge sharing and collaborative action. We invite you to join us on this journey, to challenge us, to partner with us, and to ensure together that broadcasting and media in Africa not only survive but thrive in this digital age. Thank you and welcome.
I think Hilary deserves a better round of applause. All right. So I'm going to allow him to rest a bit. I've just seen the minister coming in, so I'm not going to say anything yet. But whilst the minister is exchanging pleasantries and catching his breath. I'm going to acknowledge the presence of some key persons. This is just the first batch. As we go along, I will acknowledge the others. Of course, let's acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations, the Honorable Samuel Nate George. You can just give us a wave. We are clapping as if we are angry with him already. Hey. The guy is fighting to get cheaper rates for DSTV, for Christ's sake. Let's be nice. Don't worry, I'll fight your battle for you today. Let's also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Abed Bandim. He is a member of Parliament for Bunkprugu and chairman of the Select Committee on Internet and Communications. The Honorable. Let's also welcome one of our bosses in the industry. Mr. Edmond Yurichifianko is the Acting Director General of the National Communications Authority. Reverend Engineer, thank you for coming. Also, let's acknowledge one of our sister stations, a very important person, Professor Amin Al-Hassan, the Director General of GBC. Prof, where are you? Wave at us. Yes, Prof. So thank you all, gentlemen, for coming. I'll be acknowledging others as we go along. I don't know whether it's the right time to call you, George. Are you ready? You're ready. Great. Okay. So let's welcome the Minister of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations, who is going to deliver the keynote address for us for this program today, the Honorable Samuel Nate George. A round of applause as he joins us. He joins me here. Yes, please.
Is that channel 1 showing? Good morning. Just as a point of information, my ministry is not the Ministry of Communications. It's the Ministry of Communication, no S. Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation. Then you have Felix as Minister for Government Communications with an S. So nomenclature is important because there was an EI that set it up. But I hope everybody's... Hey, Prof, good morning. How are you? They say I should ban DSTV and empower you. Anyway, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at no point in our history has the question of broadcasting and its future been more urgent than it is today. Broadcasting is not only a channel for information and entertainment, it is a pillar of national cohesion, a driver of innovation, and a safeguard of democratic participation. This forum, therefore, addresses the choices we must make as a nation to secure a resilient and forward-looking media landscape. I commend the Africa Media Bureau for collaborating with our ministry and other partners for convening this dialogue at such a critical juncture. By bringing together policymakers, regulators, broadcasters, and industry actors, this platform enables us to ask hard questions, assess our progress, and chart a path that balances policy, technology, and global best practices with Ghana's unique aspirations. And I intend to ask some very hard questions today. Now, what's the current state of Ghana's media sector? The role of broadcasting in Ghana's democratic life, social cohesion, and economic development cannot be overstated. It remains a primary medium for news, education, cultural expression, and national conversation. Ghana's media is rightly celebrated as one of the most vibrant in Africa, with over 700 FM stations, more than 100 television channels, and a rapidly expanding digital ecosystem. However, this vibrancy is in numbers. The question of media quality must, however, be considered very seriously. Despite the numbers, challenges persist. Some FM and TV stations remain non-operational years after authorization has been granted. Others face compliance issues relating to licensing, content standards, and spectrum use. These undermine both service delivery and public confidence. Added to these are technological disruptions, shifting consumer behaviors, and economic pressures that demand deliberate and responsible policy evolution. Financial sustainability in particular is a pressing concern for me, for sector players. Many broadcasters are struggling with high operational cost, growing competition from digital platforms, and fragmented advertising revenues. These realities necessitate innovative business models and partnerships that strike a balance between viability and quality. Now let's come to policy and regulatory interventions. This forum coincides with heightened public concerns about the affordability, quality, and fairness of broadcasting services. A new paradigm is required to propel the industry forward. The Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation is reviewing Ghana's broadcasting policy framework to reflect the realities of digital convergence, where radio, television, and internet-based broadcasting increasingly overlap within a single ecosystem. In light of this, my ministry will collaborate with the Ministry of Government Communications and other key stakeholders to take a dispassionate look at the current broadcasting bill with a view to making it reflective of the nuanced realities of today's world. The government, working with the NCA, is taking steps to ensure compliance with the conditions of broadcasting authorizations that have been issued. Recent audits of FM and TV authorizations, together with spectrum monitoring exercises, are to ensure that only compliant and operational stations remain on air. This protects spectrum integrity, strengthens the credibility of our authorization regime, and ensures quality of broadcast. I urge all broadcasting authorization holders to do what is right. Apply for your renewal on time, which means 90 days before the expiration of your 5-year license. Pay your fees, your yearly fees. Comply with the technical regulations of the NCA. As your presenters on your stations hold government to accountability, please ensure that you also are accountable with the authorizations that the regulator has given to you. Else, when you are shut down, it is not Sam George, it is you. Neither is it Engineer Fianco. Now to the sustainability of the digital terrestrial television ecosystem, the DTT ecosystem. The government of Ghana established the National DTT Transmission Network in 2016 under the leadership of the then minister, my big brother, Honorable Edward Kofi Omani Boaman. May his soul rest in peace. The strategy then was for the government to support the industry with the investment in the network and to gradually cover the operational cost through payment by TV stations as follows. It was supposed to be 0 fees in the first year, 50% of the price in the second year, 75% of the cost in the third year, and then full cost recovery thereafter. Following the change of government in 2017, the policy direction was not implemented until much later, when my predecessor, the Honorable Esla Owusu Ekufo, attempted to introduce fees for DTT operations and maintenance. However, the Industry Association, GIBA, went to court, and there has still not been an implementation of the cost recovery arrangements. The over 45 stations on the platform have not paid any fees for the 10 years the platform has run for the operation and maintenance of the transmission network. The government of Ghana has borne the cost over this period, thereby subsidizing private enterprise. This is not sustainable and must come to an end. I thought you would clap. We have to come to the table as partners to establish a straightforward arrangement for the financial sustainability of our national DTT platform. The government is working to expand the platform due to the high demand for slots. We're working on Max 3. Whilst we do this, we must commence discussions immediately, and I'm grateful to the Africa Media Bureau for this platform, on how the stations using the platform can contribute to the operations and maintenance of the platform. I'll be convening a meeting of stakeholders on this matter in due course. The free ride, the bus that gives us the free ride, has run out of gas. We need to find an environmentally friendly and sustainable means of fueling the DTT bus. Now to technology and global best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, broadcasting is undergoing a rapid transformation. Artificial intelligence, automation, 5G, hybrid content delivery platforms are transforming the way content is created, distributed, and consumed. For Ghana, these developments present both challenges and opportunities. To remain competitive, broadcasters must embrace digital transformation, adopt new technologies, and invest in skill development to stay ahead of the curve. Partnerships with telecom operators, technology providers, and international organizations will be critical in this regard. Equally, our regulatory frameworks must benchmark against the best global practices, ensuring interoperability, safeguarding consumers, and fostering innovation while protecting Ghana's national interest. While the ministry is supportive of the use of new media to augment traditional media in the dissemination of information and the provision of educational and entertainment content, new media must subject itself to the same rigors of conventional media. It is wholly unacceptable and indeed undemocratic for us to have different standards for new media broadcast and traditional media broadcast. Once you broadcast, the ethics and standards of the craft must govern your operations. I'm not here to speak of censorship. I speak of regulation. The media, be it traditional or new, cannot be said to be above regulation. It cannot be the Wild West, where incredulous allegations are made, reputations are damaged, and images are soiled irreparably, simply for clickbait. I cannot and will not, as the Minister for the sector, seek to regulate what media outlets publish. Absolutely not. I'll never do that. That is your democratically protected editorial discretion. However, in the same vein, my democratically elected mandate is to regulate through my regulators how your editorial discretion is broadcast. So what you say is yours, but how you say it is regulated by us. And so we must draw that fine distinction, especially with new media. As the founder of our beloved nation, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah put in his book, Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, I quote, "If by their fruits we shall know them, then they must first grow the fruit." So if you want us to know you as responsible journalists, you must first sow the fruits of responsible journalism in your broadcast. We must work together within the remits of our mandates to ensure the protection and longevity of this democracy that we enjoy. You must be responsible in your broadcast, and I must exercise caution in overseeing my regulatory responsibilities and issuing policy directives. We must all agree. It looks like they're not happy with the things I'm saying, so my tablet doesn't want to move again. But they lie. We must all agree that charlatans parading as men of God, men capital M, God small g, instead of men of God, small m, capital G, and running all kinds of frivolous schemes in the name of God, need to be driven out of our airwaves like the temple with a regulatory whip. Money doubling and get-rich-quick schemes being broadcast by unscrupulous fetish priests have no place in our public broadcast. Pornographic and sexually explicit content masquerading as adult relationship shows cannot be allowed to continue soiling the innocence of our national airwaves. There must be sanity, and we must work together to achieve the same. We cannot put today's profit ahead of tomorrow's sanity. Let's agree as stakeholders to develop a roadmap together to clean up our airwaves. Now, what's the way forward? The future of broadcasting in Ghana must be inclusive. And before I go way forward, regulator, that was a policy direction to you on the men of God and fetish priests and adult content. The future of broadcasting in Ghana must be inclusive, it must be sustainable and forward-looking. To this end, we have identified 5 priorities that deserve our collective attention. 1, compliance with authorization conditions. Authorizations must be used for their intended purposes. Non-operational or persistently non-compliant stations weaken the ecosystem and compromise our spectrum efficiency. The regulator will withdraw such authorizations. 2, digital convergence and hybrid diverse delivery. As the lines between terrestrial, satellite, and internet-based broadcasting becomes increasingly blurred, regulatory frameworks must evolve to support hybrid business models while safeguarding competition and consumer choices. 3, capacity and content development. Investment in local content, professional standards, fact-checking, and media literacy is essential for maintaining credibility in a crowded information environment. 4, technology adoption. To improve efficiency and competitiveness in the digital environment, broadcasters must adopt emerging technologies to enhance content creation, production, and distribution. I dare say that GTV's online manager seems to be doing a lot more than their newsroom. It drives a lot more traffic than their newsroom. That's an adoption of emerging technology. I'm not throwing shade, Prof. It's fact. 5, regional cooperation and benchmarking. By learning from regional and global best practices, Ghana can strengthen its institutions and remain competitive in the continental and global media market space. In conclusion, Makasa Bebre. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future of Ghana's broadcasting sector must be anchored in fairness, innovation, and resilience. It is our collective responsibility to ensure a media environment that protects consumers, nurtures talent, supports investment, and upholds the public interest. We must agree that for our media landscape to remain profitable and viable, deep reforms and consolidations are necessary. This must be embarked on as a collective effort between practitioners and the regulator. We must restore the glory of what it meant to be a broadcast journalist. We must strive to make the profession appealing to the best talent. We stand at a crossroads, and the decisions we make today will determine the future of the sector, either its survival or complete demise. We must be guided by this ethos that there can be no higher law in journalism than to tell the truth and shame the devil, even if the devil is a politician. I urge all participants to translate the insights from today's deliberation into concrete implementable actions that will shape a broadcasting sector that is inclusive, competitive, and ready for the digital age. Mochumika, Akpenami, Midamwase, Mungode. Thank you. Here I didn't say Obake.
Honorable Sam George, instead of you to say Obake for your initial opening, you didn't do it. So the Gadangbe Council will call you for a meeting, and you have to answer why you refuse to do the needful. But that's the very assertive Minister of Communication, the Honorable Sam Nate George, with a very powerful keynote address. Well, he says what we say is ours, but how we say it is his. So we'll say it rightly so that you don't come into our space. But thank you very much. I think he deserves a good round of applause. So we'll move into our panel discussion. We'll start with the first one, which is looking at the state of the sector. That's Ghana's broadcasting landscape. Now, we have 4 people who will be part of the panel discussion. Together with our moderator, we'll have 5 people. So I'll quickly introduce the group that will be part of this discussion, and then introduce our moderator, and then we'll look at the focus and start the discussion. So please let's welcome the Acting Director of Engineering for the NCA, Bernard Emisa Okran, to the top here. Let's welcome him beautifully. Thank you, Bernard, for coming. Let's also welcome Prince Harry Crystal, the Executive Committee member of GIBA. Is Prince around? Okay. All right. And let's welcome my brother Maximus Ametogo, who is the CEO for Pop Out and Digital Media, also a strategist. Let's welcome Maximus Ametogo. They will come up in a bit because Prince has to do a presentation. So since you're sitting there already, it's fine. And then let's also welcome Salom Brantier of Imani. Salom, if you can give us a wave. Right. So they'll join us in a bit, but let me introduce the moderator for this session who will take over from here. My boss and brother, Bernard Kokwavle. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. So Bernard, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mochum. Since the minister has introduced Dangbe, today we are all learning Dangbe. Thank you very much, Vivian. I think Vivian has done a fantastic job. Please put your hands together for Vivian. And as she's already alluded, the way we structure these panels, we're going to have sort of a baseline presentation by one of the panel members to set out the state of the issue within the subsector we've chosen, after which we'll jump into the panel discussion. I suspect the minister has already laid out a few issues. He says he wants to see a media landscape that's inclusive, that's sustainable, and that's forward-looking. And he's given his 5 pillars, so it makes your job very easy. Nevertheless, I think it's very important for the first speaker to give us a sense of where we are, particularly in relation to radio and television. How many authorizations have been given? What are the kinds? And what kind of market structure do those authorizations imply for us? So without much ado, I'd like to bring up stage to do the presentation the Acting Director of Engineering for NCA, Bernard Emisa Okran. So Bernard, put your hands together for Bernard. Good luck.
Good morning, Honorable Minister of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, Honorable Sam George. The Acting Director General of the NCA, Reverend Engineer Fianco, all protocol duly observed. My presentation this morning will touch on the type of broadcasting service, talk a little bit about the application process, give the key conditions for operating FM stations, which the minister have highlighted, then some regulatory breaches. So the ITU defines broadcasting service as a radio communication service in which the transmission are intended for the general public. The service may include sound transmission, television transmission, or other types of transmission like the internet. The broadcasting industry have 2 regulators. We have the National Media Commission, which mandate is to regulate content, and the NCA, which is the technical regulator, and its mandate is to assign frequency authorizations and frequency management, and also enforce standards compliance. So we do this by using the following legislations. We have the NCA Act 2008 Act 769, which tells us our functions and objectives. We also have the Electronic Communication Act 2008 Act 775, which governs the regulations of electronic communication media, and the Electronic Communication Regulations 2011, LI 1991. We also have regulations, standards, and recommendations from the ITU, which we use in managing the broadcasting service. So there are 2 types of broadcasting service. We have the sound broadcasting and the TV broadcasting. With the sound broadcasting, we have the frequency modulation, which is popularly known as FM, and digital audio broadcasting, known as DAB. Whilst the TV has 3 platforms: satellite, cable, and terrestrial. In Ghana, for the FM, we use the frequency band 87.5 to 108. You recall in the past, we used, in the 80s, GBC used to operate the AM, which was the MW, medium wave, and the SW, short wave radio, SW1, SW2. So, but with technological advancement, we move to FM, which is frequency modulation. And in Ghana, we use the frequency band 87.5 to 108. In broadcasting, we also we classify broadcasting into 3 categories. We classify them by purpose, by coverage, and by location. By purpose, we have the public radio stations owned and operated by the state broadcaster, GBC. I think we have 31 of them across the country. Then we have the public foreign radio stations, which is operated by foreign governments for non-profit, which we have 5 of those. For commercial, we have 548 stations privately owned for profits. These are your normal radio stations. Then for community, we have 105 community stations, which are operated as non-profit radio stations. Then we have the campus radio station, which is in the ambit of the tertiary institutions. And we have 24 of those. So by coverage, so the NCA, when we license you, will tell you the coverage in which you can broadcast, because we do reuse of the spectrum. So for the public radio station, which is the GBC, they don't have any coverage limit because they are offering a public good service, so we don't limit them. They can go as far as they want. But for commercial and the public foreign, we operate with 45 kilometers and 25 kilometers. Then for the community and campus, they operate within 5 kilometers radius. Then we also have by location, where your station will be. So we have 3 categories. We have urban, suburban, and rural. And this comes with financial obligation depending on which locality you are in. So we have to look at the numbers, the statistics, as at second quarter 2025. A cursory look at this shows that Ashanti region has the highest with 116 authorized. Then we have Western region with 88. Greater Accra has 84, with the least being Northeast. The numbers here are authorized, but when you go far, they are operational. So the operational stands at, we have a total of 763 authorized FM stations, but the operational stands at 539, meaning 224 stations are yet to start operations. So you can look at the table and see where we are as Ghana with these numbers. Then we also, in the sound broadcasting, have audio digital broadcasting, DAB. What is DAB? DAB is a technology that allows multiple FM stations to operate on a single frequency network. So in July 2023, we piloted DAB in Accra and Kumasi, and DAB also have a different frequency band. It operates in band 3, which is 174 to 230 megahertz, and it has a lot of benefits for us. It has very good sound quality. It also have interactive features, and in the pilot, we piloted with 18 stations, 11 from Accra and 7 from Kumasi. It also extends coverage. So with this, if you are in Accra and you go to Kumasi and you are on DAB, you could still hear your favorite station on the DAB channel. So right now, we did a pilot. We are in the process of getting an infrastructure operator to take over the pilot, which in due course it will be done. So we say, watch the space for DAB. Very soon, the NCA will launch commercial DAB. Then I move to the TV. In TV, we have 3 platforms currently that we license. We have terrestrial, we have satellite, and we have cable. So terrestrial is on land, satellite is in space, then we have the cable. The numbers for TV is as follows. Upon all the 3 platforms, when you add them up, we have 182 authorized TV stations, with 133 being operational and 48 not being in operational. From here, we go to our application processes. I think I've gone forward. Can I come back? So we have the application process. So for NCA, before you get an authorization to operate an FM, you need to apply for the license. And we have 2 categories. We have the newcomers who don't have anything, and we have those who are renewing, who also have to apply after their authorization has expired. Just a minute. Okay, so we are there. So you need to put in an application, and the key things we look at when you are putting in an application, you go to our website, there are forms, application forms you have to fill for a new applicant, and you pay your non-refundable application fee. For a new operator, the key things, you have to add a business plan telling us about your technical feasibility and financial projections on how you operate the station. But for those renewing, there are 3 key things you have to submit. You have to submit your tax clearance, your SNIT clearance, and your audited financials for the 5 years you have operated. After that, it goes internal through an internal vetting, in the technical vetting in the NCA. And if your application is successful, you get approval from the board. When the board approves, we now then issue with a provisional authorization. The provisional authorization has 60 days in which you have to make your financial obligation. And if you don't pay within the 60 days, your provisional authorization will deem to have been elapsed. So when you are able to meet your financial obligation, we now issue you with your final authorization with your terms and conditions. And the final authorization will state that the authorization is for 5 years, renewable. So now that you have received your authorization, there are some conditions in there that you need to pay attention and comply by. The first is to set up your station within 2 years of your final authorization. When the station is set up, you don't just start operating. You have to invite the NCA for an inspection. So when the NCA people come for inspection and you have passed, you still have to wait till you receive your test transmission authorization. That is what enables you to start your operation. So after you have your test transmission, like I said, the authorization is for 5 years. But within that 5 years, every year you have to pay your annual regulatory fee. So you have to take note. And also you have to seek approval before making any changes to your station ownership, like name and technical specifications. So if you have to transfer this thing, you need prior approval from the NCA before you do that. Then the last one is very key. The minister touched on it. You need to apply for renewal 3 months prior to the expiration of your license. If you don't do that and you bring it like a month to this thing, we will not treat it as a renewal. It will be treated as a new application. Then there are some technical conditions you need to pay attention to. And these conditions are what we look out for when we come for the inspection to enable you pass. You have to install a 3-stage cavity filter. And this is very important. In the past, we said we are giving FM allocations by the first adjacent channel. What this means is that if we had 97.3 and I was going to allocate, I won't do the first channel, which will be 97.5. I will skip and go to 97.7. That's the second adjacent channel. But with the demand for FM, we thought that it won't be sustainable looking at the numbers we get for applications. So we moved to the first adjacent channel, which means that now when you have 97.3, we can issue 97.5. And this will only be feasible if you have installed a 3-stage cavity filter. So the cavity filter is a must for all FM stations. We also check for the signal strength at the periphery of your coverage. Like we alluded, the coverage we have 25 and 45. So when we are giving you the license, there's a software that we use to plot where at the end of your coverage should be. And when we take the measurement, this is an ITU standard, it should not exceed 54 dB microvolts. We also check for your transmission deviation. You are supposed to operate within a bandwidth, which is plus or minus 75. Then you also need to have your EPA permit for masts and towers. When we come without this, we cannot pass you. Then the last one we check out as a technical requirement is you have to have a valid fire certificate and visible installation of fire extinguishers at vantage points at your premises. Then I will talk about the common regulatory breaches that we face at the authority. Broadcasting without authorization. We have people who don't have authorization but who want to broadcast per our Act, Section 4 of Act 775. That is against the law and you need authorization. Then the second one we see, failure to apply for renewal after your expiration. So most FM stations operate thinking that the authorization is for perpetuity, but it is stated clearly that it's for 5 years. And after 5 years, you need to apply for your renewal. Then failure to invite the NCA for inspection. 3 months before. Thank you. Then failure to invite the NCA for inspection of facility after commencing operation is also a failure. And for the existing station, when we renew for you, you are still supposed to call us for inspection. Most of the stations don't do that, but then they are in violation of 3 months. So that I told them. Okay. So Minister wants me to stress. Yes. Minister wants me to stress on applying before the 3 months. And if you don't do that, like I said, and you bring the application 1 month, you are treated as a new applicant and you have to go through the whole process again, like the application process. And you might even lose your frequency when that happens. You might not get the same frequency if we are approving for you. So the fourth one is also failure to commence your operation within the 2 years. When I started, I said, when we give you the authorization, you have 2 years to set up. Some stations do not set up. Looking at the statistics, you could see that there are a lot of stations. Some are within the 2 years. But if you are able to set up, the best thing you have to do is to inform the authority that you have an issue and you cannot set up. Then the last one is on money matters. Once we give you the authorization, you need to pay your annual regulatory fee. If you don't pay, you are in violation of the law, Section 10 of Act 775. So all stations are urged to pay their authorization fees. So this is my presentation, which will set us up for the discussion. So Bernard, I think.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the Acting Director of Engineering, who is giving us a very nice baseline for where we are. I'd like to invite the other panelists, Shalom Brantier, Prince Maximus, and then also Mr. Ajirako. Please put your hands together for them. I'm going to join them up there. So this panel is basically going to look at the state of the industry, broadcast industry. And thank you very much, Minister, for setting forth some of the key issues. And also thank you very much, Director of Engineering, for giving us further details. I think there are two big issues to look at. The purpose of the media, its function. What are we supposed to do? We inform, we entertain, and we do all those nice things. But I think the other thing is that we need to be sustainable and viable as businesses to allow us to do the first bunch of things I said. And so we'll discuss those two legs. Now, this is what I want to use as my premise. In the year 2022, I think CDD asked me to give a talk on the state of the media. And I found 3 paradoxes with broadcast media. 3 paradoxes. And I'm just going to give them to you by way of entry. The first paradox I noticed was that even though commercial broadcasters were getting less and less profitable, the number of authorizations was growing. It didn't make sense. The companies are struggling, yet more people want to enter. It's like marriage. People are rushing into the room, and yet people are rushing to the other room. It didn't make sense to me. It's like when you enter the first room, everybody's entering, and yet those on the outside are also rushing out. So I didn't know there was some problem there, right? So that's the first issue. Maybe they should let people see the whole picture before they decide to enter. The second one was, even though they were giving more authorizations, there was less coverage. He just said that in 2015, they reduced the frequency radius for a radio station from 100 kilometer radius to 45, right? So now we have 700 authorizations, and now we are limiting our ability to reach our audiences. So now if I'm in Accra, I can only be heard in Winneba, so it didn't make sense to me. And then, of course, even though there are lots of laws, there was less safety. So I think we need to talk about the commercial viability of broadcast media in Ghana. And I'm going to give you a few examples. When I did that presentation, Ghana had a population of 30 million people. We had 539 operating radio stations. Burkina Faso has 20 million people. They have 163 radio stations. Côte d'Ivoire has 26 million people. At the time I did the study, they had only 52. Senegal has 16 million people. At the time I did the study, they had 276 radio stations. Nigeria had over 210 million people. They had 339 radio stations. All right? Nigeria, or 339. Kenya has 53 million people, 100 radio stations. South Africa has 59 million, 296. Ghana had 30 million, 539. Clearly, there's something about radio in Ghana that nobody else knows in the whole world. And only you and your people know why you've been given those authorizations. So I think the first question is, how on earth do you expect an industry to be sustainable and viable if you oversaturate it by just giving the license like tea bread? All right? So I think you need to answer that question, honestly. You cannot have 700 and whatever number of... It doesn't make sense. Ghana is the most radio-dense population in the world. He has to answer. I mean, Mr. Fianco, I don't understand. You've been there for the past 20 years. What calculations are you using to give the licenses? Please, am I making sense? It doesn't make sense. So that's the first question. If you can't answer, Fianco come and support you to answer it.
He says he will answer.
He will answer. So his boss is here. And if he doesn't answer, his boss's boss is also here. So, because we need to deal with that issue. It's for Fianco. Broadcast issues. I can give you a chair here.
Oh, no.
I can even volunteer my chair for you.
No. When Bernard was speaking, I said a year ago I would have been the one. So, why the number of stations are increasing when the business is getting less profitable? So the challenge is the law. The law is the law. So, the constitutional construct that we have has placed some limitations on the NCA in respect of the only reason we have to decline a broadcasting authorization properly when the person has met all other requirements is the unavailability of frequency. Now, the law says that you don't actually need a license to carry out any form of mass media. So in this classic 1996 judgment of the Supreme Court, the decision was that even though you don't need a license, as far as the resource, the frequency resource was concerned, it needed to be regulated. Okay, so what we are regulating is the frequency. If we give any other reason why we can't, apart from frequency, why we cannot grant an authorization, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but Mr. Sapon may be able to weigh in better on that one. So sometimes we have frequency constraints, and that's the reason why we cannot grant an authorization. But beyond that, we are limited. Unlike other sectors we regulate, where we can look at the economics of the market and other metrics to reach our decision. When it comes to broadcasting, until the law changes, we are very limited in what we can do.
But laws derive from policy. And the minister just said he wanted a broadcast industry that was inclusive, sustainable, and forward-looking. So under the sustainable, 700 licenses is not sustainable. So it means the law is offside. Because laws come from policies. And he just gave you a policy directive that you must make the the broadcast sector inclusive, sustainable, and forward-looking. So you can say that the current law does not make sense because
as for that, we have made
the industry is not
representations
sustainable.
because there's a constitutional review going on, and we think it is one of the things that even a number of the issues the minister touched on, even on the content side, we are restricted. NMC, made some a regulation which was struck down in the Supreme Court, and all these are because of the law. But once we have a review, because I think that the thought then was to create the freedom. I think now we have it. It's not going anywhere. Now we have to,
find a way of coming
exactly.
He mentioned consolidation too. Second leg.
Yes.
Second leg, since you're on your feet, Minister. Okay. Since you're on your feet, the second leg, before I come to the panel, why did you reduce the
coverage?
The coverage, because now I'm a radio station.
Yeah.
You said for the public stations, they are providing a public service.
Yeah.
Do you know the number of private media houses that offer public service?
Yeah.
Free coverage, roads here, water company. And yet you limit our coverage from 100 to 45. And yet you come to us and say we should still perform a public service. It's like you are tying our hands and asking us to build bricks.
Yeah.
So your 2015 policy of reducing the coverage from 100 to 45 also doesn't make sense.
Okay, so we started from 100, we came to 65, and then to 45. We can't go further down. That's one we agree. The reasoning then is also responding to. So we have stations in Accra, which were covering all the way to even beyond Koforidua, etc. There are also people in Koforidua who are looking for broadcasting frequency authorization, so that issues that are local to them, they could also, so especially addressing the issue of community radio stations, etc., and having people establish radio stations for themselves, where their own voice and their own issues. Because Bernard, you will be talking about motorway traffic in Accra. The guy in Achim somewhere, where you used to cover, has another issue he wants to talk about in the morning. And Mr. Sapon was in the boardroom when those decisions were made. I think I will let him say something.
No, you let me come to my panel. Thank you. So you came from 100 to 65 to 45, so that you can give more licenses to people. Yet a lot of these stations take our news and rebroadcast it. When there's a national event, you come to the big stations to broadcast it for free. Why don't you go to the Koforidua station to do it? You see, I'm not making it personal. Panel members, these are the two issues I'm saying. It seems to me as though, particularly the radio broadcast industry, has been set up not to be profitable. It seems as if the licenses move in line with political interests. Because in that 500, a lot of them, and this study by CDD confirms that a lot of the people who have the licenses are politically connected people. So it appears the radio broadcasting regime has been set up not to be viable or profitable, but to pursue some political end. That's the way I see it. Maybe you guys can comment on that. Who wants to go first?
Okay, thank you. First of all, we have traveled the journey, and we have chalked up many successes as a country, right from the days of having a monopolistic, state-owned or state-controlled media to a more competitive, multi-platform environment. So, just as the minister said in his delivery, we characterize Ghana's media landscape with liberalization and the fact that we are market leaders when it comes to Africa especially. But the concerns that has just been spoken about regarding spectrum allocation and all that primarily has to do with demand. And because the spectrum is a finite resource, if you take 1 to 10 as the entire band that you have, you cannot go beyond the 10. But as it were in the past where you had a limited number of media houses, you were able to do what he just explained a while ago in terms of jumping one frequency to the other and creating those spaces for avoiding co-adjacent interferences and all that. Today, there is high demand. That high demand, like you rightly said, apart from the CDD report, we also have a report from the Media Foundation for West Africa that has gathered information from their survey that in every political year where there's an election, or whether or not a government is changing from one to the other, you see a rise in the number of authorizations that are issued. So really, the issues are multifaceted. And again, as DG said, there is no law capping the numbers. And to cap the numbers also would raise many other issues, because the current media landscape we have is very plural and diverse. And that's very important for any economy or any state, especially to advance development and all that. So you need more media houses so you don't create voice poverty. You need people to have an opportunity to express. And so when you look at the situation, it's really much of a challenge.
Okay.
That begs a lot of...
So let me bring Salom in. Salom, do you need more banks so that more people are banked, or you just need better banks so that more people are banked? So that, can you say you need 500 banks so that all Ghanaians get banks, or can you need banks who have 500 branches? So, this is where I'm coming from. What do you think?
So I think that at the time that a lot of these laws were passed, probably the assumption was that the availability of the technology was going to be still static. We, however, are in a world now where we have to be much more proactive about the kinds of laws that we pass, because even when we are discussing this, when we talk about this broadcasting activity, we have not even considered in all of these discussions the emergence of digital media. The emergence of digital media, where if you drew, let's say, a Venn diagram of, let's say, the kinds of media we consume today, we have voice. I mean, when I say voice or sound, I'm talking about radio. And then we have visual, which is TV. If you look at the last 4 or 5 years, you would realize that whilst the radio side of things, or the TV side of things, have been going down, there has been a very big increase in the digital media space. So what it means is that, okay, there are a lot of banks, but it also means that people are also using Momo. So really, are you saying that many banks are going to solve the problem, or that people are rather using Momo and actually abandoning the banks altogether? And how are we even going to look at all these spaces, because it looks like the regulation is chasing what people are doing. And so if we want to think about it that way, then we first have to ask ourselves, what are the objectives that we seek to get from private and public broadcasting? Are we still aligning it to just community consumption, or are there other goals that we need to align? So, for example, in all this plethora of TV and radio stations, how many of them are producing original content that is actually giving rise to, let's say, an increase in the quality of entertainment that we have? For example, how many people are benefiting? What ecosystem are we creating around that? Or are they just regurgitating other people's content, or even doing piracy, or putting out values that are not consistent with the national identity? So I think that we have to have a whole redesign of the policy, which means that it shouldn't be the mandate of the NCA alone to do these things, because now we should look at how the NMC should work together with the NCA, and whether there should be an integration of digital media into the space where digital media is actually rising exponentially, and the consumption, or the population. If you look at Ghana's population right now, most of the people who are consuming media now, or if you look at our population pyramid, you see that most of the people, 60% or 70% of Ghanaians are below 40 years old.
Yeah.
So, and those people below 40 years old, are they listening to the 700 stations?
That's a good question. I'll let Maximus address the social media angle, but I wanted to push you on another issue. Instead of policy directive, could it be possible that the kind of market structure that is encouraged could solve the problem for us, in the sense that it can get to a point where some of the conditions for authorization may force consolidation, so that the 700 can become 70, not necessarily by directive, but as a natural consequence of where the market is going? Would you support that approach, or you prefer a directive-led approach?
I would support that because we have to now engineer the market. And the market is going haywire. At the moment, I think we can all admit that the market is going haywire. But we also need to understand that we can consolidate the market. I mean, it's like how in certain industries across other places in the world, people had to force companies to even merge so that they provide better service. I believe that we have reached a point where we need that that convergence, even to sustain the industry in itself, because we cannot have so many of them operating where a lot of them are even one-dimensional in terms of their thematic area. So I believe that there has to be some structures to say that, okay, there has to be some quota mechanism. If there are religious stations, for example, how many of them, or how should we encourage all of them to converge into singular voices? Or if there are other themed ones like politics or whatever it is, we have to still be able to corral them into one space. Because if we don't do that, then it means that there will be a time when they'll be completely uncompetitive. Because the ubiquity at this point is not helping the industry. So we have to create that mechanism where we can converge them.
Wonderful. Let me come to Maximus, who's more like a social media specialist. What are the current numbers on the way the digital media ecosystem is? That's question one. And question two, is digital an opportunity or a threat to the traditional media as things stand?
Yeah, so thank you, Bernard. The issue is that when I was hearing the presentation, I was just telling Salom, by the 5 years that I met your requirement, I had created a YouTube account and Facebook, and I have 1 million people who are consuming my content, and I have not been to NCA for any regulation. Yeah, so no tax clearance. So the issue is that, are we going to also redefine digital media as part of the list of the media formats that we have in Ghana? So when I saw the types of TV, do you have terrestrial, satellite, cable? There's no digital television in it. So now Channel 1 can create a YouTube channel and run the YouTube channel just like a TV station and get all the audience and broadcast to many people who are even beyond the demarcated, regulated coverage area they are supposed to have. So if you're a radio station, you are supposed to cover 45-kilometer radius. Internet gives you access to the whole country, right? So that is what digital media is affording people to do. I can create a channel and start broadcasting to the younger population who are now on their mobile phones consuming various types of content. If I want to produce content, I don't need a production setup to do that. I use my mobile phone and I can do all my live Facebook videos and distribute content to people. Now the cost of producing content is even cheaper, is way affordable. And the thing is, if I create the content and post it on my digital channel, the digital channel is designed to distribute the content for me. Unlike a print media, you have to go and distribute the paper to newsstands for people to work there to buy the newspapers. This one, the content is distributed on my behalf. So traditional media is even losing the content, the value of the content, the time value of content to digital media. Something happens on the motorway, I read it on the digital media, discuss it, move on to the next thing, then they print it for you the next day in the newspaper. So you're wondering whether you're buying the news or the paper, right? So digital is leading the way every time, and all these regulations must look at that.
So are you saying the digital offers an opportunity for us, the traditional players, not to lament, but to leapfrog?
Exactly. So can you imagine Channel 1 without the Facebook page or a website? So you are using digital to augment the traditional media channels that you already have. I remember when one of the stations was shut down, they resorted to digital channel, and they were still broadcasting on TuneIn app and all that. And I was wondering whether the regulation doesn't even touch that one if you are broadcasting to the public. So we have to redefine what digital media is. Is it going to support the traditional media, or should it be a media by definition according to our law?
Wonderful. This is Broadcasting at the Crossroads Forum, brought to you by the Africa Media Bureau in partnership with the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, sponsored by Keynote WAPS with support from Channel 1 Television and 97.3 CFM. Would like to acknowledge the presence of the former President of the Republic, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor. Let's rise to welcome him. His Excellency is a veritable media champion whose seminal work in repealing the criminal libel law and some other policies opened up the space, and he's been working very actively since, please be seated, very actively since he left office to push an Africa media platform that will be truly developmental. He was invited at short notice for this event, and he decided to descend from the hill to be part of us. Let's put our hands together one more time for His Excellency. And when we met the minister a few days ago, he was very excited that His Excellency President Kufuor was going to be here, because his endorsement of the need for a certain type of media in Africa is very, very important to us. So, Your Excellency, you are welcome. We thank you very much. God bless you. Vivian will sit with him for a chat later on as the program proceeds. I'd like to come to television, and when you give the breakdown for radio, you give the numbers for each category. But maybe I missed it. For television, you said there was satellite, cable, and terrestrial. But you just said there were 182 authorizations without giving a breakdown. I'd like you to elaborate a bit on that. And then I'll come to Chief Crystal to discuss what those numbers mean for the market structure for television.
Okay, so there's a breakdown.
Yeah, please give us a breakdown.
So we have the satellite.
Satellite?
Yes, which has about, we call them the single channel, about 70 operational now. Then on the DTT platform, which is the terrestrial, we have 43. Then we have the cable, we have one. Yes, one.
70 satellite, 43 digital terrestrial, one cable. So just explain, why is there only one cable?
It's the demand. I mean, cable is like the technology is very expensive to deploy.
Okay.
You have to lay cables to individual homes
All right.
get it. But with satellite and terrestrial, once you have an
So there are
antenna,
70 satellite operators, there are 43 digital terrestrial operators, and there's one cable operator. So when the minister says we must pay for the platform, he's referring to the 43.
He's referring to the 43.
The 43 of us.
Yes, the 43.
So does the satellite operator need to be based in Ghana to operate here?
So yes, now we register them the landing rights. You have to get a landing rights to enable to broadcast.
Wonderful. So will multi-TV be satellite or digital terrestrial?
A satellite.
Wonderful.
Same as DSTV.
DSTV is also satellite.
By satellite pay.
Satellite pay. So satellite, there are categories.
Yes.
Wonderful. Mr. Ajirako, Crystal, forgive me. The numbers for television, is it a viable business model? Do those numbers, looking at the number of people viewing and what Maximus has said about the eyeballs now going digital, would you say this 70-43-1 is optimal? Because you've been operating since inception. So talk to us about that.
Okay, thank you. I think it's imperative now more than ever to look at the entire ecosystem and do a proper overhauling. The 43 channels as we have it today may be okay, but again, I keep saying plural media, diverse media is always important to look at that aspect when it comes to the development of any nation. But as we have it now, I think the focus has drifted or shifted from traditional mainstream media to streaming media. Mm-hmm. And it is very important that we begin to look at the regulatory gap when it comes to the disruptive technologies that the digital media presents. And although you have 43 channels, sustainability and viability can be an issue. But it's also about time that broadcasters begin to adapt and adopt new technologies. And like you said, not lag behind. Because if you look at consumer behavior of today, and especially between the age brackets of 16 all the way to 35, you have lots of consumers going digital. And the silver screen as we have it at home is no longer something that you sit to watch. And again, there is also a shift from fixed schedules to on-demand. So when channel 1 TV tells you, watch your show.
The point of view.
The point of view at 9 p.m., they no longer can wait till 9 p.m. So they will rather want to call the shots because technology has now given them the tool to be able to do on-demand content. And that's where broadcasters in audio and television needs to start, changing the dynamics. As it were in the past, you have consumers following broadcasters. But now broadcasters are following consumers because there's metadata that is allowing to identify consumer behavior, tastes, emotions, and all of that. And you can find all those analytics in digital media. Again, there is a challenge with even getting the numbers in terms of eyeballs and listenership. But digital media is affording the analytics for you to be able to drive even the advertising revenue that, as it were, was a problem with the current numbers that we have in Ghana with over 700 broadcasting companies. So I think that the most important thing to begin to look at is regulation and bringing digital media under the regulatory ambit. And it is for that reason why the broadcasting bill is very important, because it addresses many issues that the current NCA Act and the Electronic Communications Act do not cover. And when you look at both the NCA Act and the Electronic Communications Act, digital media is almost absent. And that is the future. In fact, we are there already. And that is why you would find traditional media also extending live streaming onto digital platforms. But what is inherent in all of this is challenges such as quality content. Because there is that competition and a scramble for revenue generation, you have poor quality content appearing on TV and radio. You have issues with content piracy. You have what we call content beyond borders. So there are contents landing into the country that is creating new consumer behaviors, and those within the country which are under regulatory ambit suffer. Then we also have the issue of public service broadcasting and the current state, as we have it as state-owned broadcaster. The state-owned broadcaster needs to move from where they are to a true type public service broadcasting. And that helps to complement some of the things commercial broadcasting does not cover. And it fosters growth, it fosters cohesion, it fosters many things that inures to the benefit of the state. And so we have contributed to the broadcasting bill by way of suggesting that there should be a media development fund. And we should also find a way to change the old law of the TV license regime into a new law that allows for a more ring-fencing arrangement where everybody can contribute to the kitty so that the state-owned media can become truly independent and not relying on the subvention and government support and all of this. All of that has been inputs made by the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association in the current draft bill. We have also suggested that this issue we are facing with the number or high rise of broadcasters can be curbed when you shift the regulatory oversight to the National Media Commission, where the NCA continues to provide the backbone support in terms of spectrum and technical arrangement. Then again, this helps to fulfill the true nature or the true spirit of the 1992 Constitution. Because the Constitution foresees that media for mass communication shall not be interfered with through governmental control. But today we have the NCA, who sits as an agency under the ministry, and its board is appointed by the president under Article 70. So when you say there is a rise in media against the population size, you begin to think how independent is this entity called the NCA. But if we move the arrangement into the type where you find Ofcom in the UK, having both the spectrum side, the technical side, and the content regulation side as one body, it helps to propel independence and also reduce perception of bias. Because currently when legally so right when the NCA is sanctioning or shutting down stations or suspending them, there is that perception of bias that it is politically motivated. But they need that integrity of independence to be able to carry out their functions correctly. And so all these propositions have been made in the broadcasting bill.
Wow.
We have also proposed for broadcasting standards and complaints committee, which is a little notch above what the current complaints settlements committee of the NMC does. And in doing all of this, it's important to look at the sanctioning powers that can be given to the NMC. Because currently, the way the spirit and letter of the Constitution is fashioned out, it intends to facilitate free press rather than being punitive and clamping down, shutting down, and all of that. But to some extent, we have tested this regime for well over 3 decades, and we have seen some of the challenges in terms of money doubling, charlatans on TV, and so on and so forth. So the broadcasting bill tends to give some subtle or some level of sanctioning power to the NMC while being consistent with the position of the Constitution in terms of freedom of the media, which is the serious cornerstone of our democracy as the fourth arm of government.
I think it deserves a round of applause. That was a comprehensive one. Prince Harry Crystal, Executive Committee Member for GIBA. Also on the panel, we have Bernard Emisa Okran, Acting Director of Engineering, NCA, Maximus Ametogo, CEO of Pop Out, a digital media strategist, and Sedon Brante of Imani. I'd like to mention that there are 3.5 panel discussions to be had. This is just the first one. I say 3.5 because the third panel will be broken into 2 parts. Our job is just to give to our audience the general broadcasting landscape. There is another panel after this one which will go into the policy issues, some of which have been raised here. There is a third panel which would also look at the future technology, which has also been alluded to here. So we don't want to take the wind out of the sails of the other panels coming. And because of time as well, and because we have all these very interesting people here, I'd like to summarize what we have so far by way of the conclusions from this panel. Then I'll bring up the MC to take us to the next stage of the program. It's very clear that the market structure for both radio in particular, and television is not optimal to allow the media houses to be viable. That viability affects their functionality, because if you have a poor media house with no equipment and poor salaries, the journalists will struggle to be ethical to do their job. So that's been well established. The question is whether we need policy directives to cure that or market-led actions. I think the jury is still out there. The broadcasting law has come up for mention. We know that in the previous administration, there was an iteration of it. We have a minister who's pretty interested. So it's very clear some work needs to be done on the broadcast law to make it fit for purpose, particularly in light of the pace of growth of the digital landscape, changing even the mandate of both the NMC and the NCA. And finally, there are concerns around what regulatory approach to use for the future. Luckily, the next panel will delve into that. So I'd like to say thank you to my panel members and bring back, I know you want to ask questions, but there will be a broader question and answer time so we can make use of the time. So Vivian, this is my quick summary of what we've done so far. I'd like to welcome Vivian Kailoko to come back to take over the program. And a big thank you to my panel members for broaching the subject. Thank you, Vivian.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and thank you very much to our panel. I think we should give them a round of applause as they take their seats. And also welcome again His Excellency, former President of the Republic of Ghana, John Agyekum Kufuor, again for making time to join us. Thank you for coming. Let's give him a round of applause. Let me quickly say that this is the Broadcasting at the Crossroads Forum. Is brought to you by Africa Media Bureau in partnership with the Ministry of Communication, digital technology and innovation. This program is sponsored by Keynote as well as WAPS. It's also supported by Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. If you're watching me via television, this is Channel 1 TV. If you're listening to me via radio, that is City 97.3 FM. And we are also live on all our social media platforms. Now we have the former president of the Republic of Ghana. I'm going to engage him in a bit to look at some projects he's been up to, what he thinks about the media landscape, the future, and all that. So if you can give us a minute or two, so we set up and have the former president join me briefly. All right. Thank you very much, His Excellency, Mr. John Agyekum Kufuor. Now, I know you've been involved in some media work for the past 5 years. I mean, a lot of people think after 60, people will, take it easy and retire. But, of course, the gentle giant has been busy and all that. But give us elements of that project that you've been involved in.
Thank you very much. And greetings to you all. In fact, I came to hear and to learn, because I've come to believe that the word literacy, like we used to know in the past, is obsolete now. If you are not into the digital age, no matter the education you had earlier, you should be considered illiterate. And so I came into entangling myself with the search to keep abreast with the unrushing world. About 5 or 6 years ago in London, I met a gentleman, and he happens to be here in London. It was at a banquet right in the center of London. He walked to me. Till then, I hadn't talked to him before. Obviously, he was Ghanaian. But he walked straight to me and said he wanted to have a chat with me. So I said, well, just go ahead. And then he introduced a topic. He said he was working on this project he titled Africa Public Interest Media Initiative using digital technology. Of course, I was ignorant of the digital technology. But I got intrigued. I asked him, Africa Public Interest? Do you know Africa? He said, of course. I said, look, do you know the size of Africa and the complexity of Africa? With so many nations styling themselves as sovereign, about 54 or 55 of them, and all their governments guarding their sovereignty so jealously. So how could you talk of public interest for such a place? Africa being the second biggest continent on the planet. Well, the ensuing discussions dragged me deeper and deeper into seeing the importance and urgency of coming to terms with the topic, public interest media. I remembered, I'm a politician, and I remember that it was from here, our first president, the great Kwame Nkrumah, who launched or was one of the people who launched the Pan-African course. On the eve of our independence, going as far as to say that the independence of our country would be meaningless unless it was linked with the total liberation of Africa. And from there, and with some other leaders of our continent, they pushed on to form the Organization of African Unity, and some of them even propagating the urgency of forming a continental government. It was a bit idealistic though, but they pushed it, and then Pan-Africanism really took root. It's over 60 years since they started talking these things, and every year they meet in conferences talking Pan-Africanism, union government, continental communications, and so forth and so on. What really convinced me that it was a topic to study seriously was the fact that with all their efforts and, I believe, sincerity, they didn't manage to get this crucial topic down from their height, the levels, to the grassroots of the people. And so when this gentleman broached the matter and then added the digital technologies and the force of digitalization as such, not even the most powerful governments anywhere can really block the impact of digitalization on the grassroots of people. So it occurred to me that if truly there would be very professional and very serious, committed media people who would try to come to grips with the challenge of making Africa know itself from the grassroots, meaning if they would succeed in making Africa borderless using the technologies and professions of media and digitalization as the technology, then the peoples of Africa would come to know themselves and would also get awakened with the knowledge that would come on the backs of such media operations as to enable them hold their various governments to account and come from their Olympian heights down to grassroots. And governments that would not meet the demands of the public so awakened would be at peril. So for 5-6 years, he dragged me. Fortunately, he's such a good writer, and at every turn, he would summarize and bring me something. So it's been a great school for me. Sometimes I see him and I want to run away from him because I'm a retiree, and I thought, why I've gotten to now, but this guy has pushed me till even as I speak with you. And it was through him I got to know this conference was coming on. And I hear broadcasting at Crossroads. I tend to feel that perhaps this topic should not be localized. You should talk continental. Because, look, we talk of Al Jazeera. I don't know if you've been to Qatar. It's just a spot of a country, very tiny. Of course, it has money. So it makes all the difference. But look at the reach of Al Jazeera. It's so global now. And then look at CNN. Very private. But the reach, of course, is also coming from a highly developed technological country like the United States. Poor Africa so far has tended to be defined from outside. We are seeking our identity. For instance, now we are forming things like AFTA, continental free trade and all that. But it tends to be just talk. But the trading among ourselves on the continent, the percentage of trade among ourselves It's meager. But then digitalization and mobile technology, they are invading us. You go to any village, every village, we see all these things. We talk platforms. How many of the platforms are managed and driven by us? We still are logged into the blinkers of colonialism. We are Anglophone. My cousin in Cote d'Ivoire is Francophone. The next person is Lusophone. We do not know ourselves. You stop a person in the streets of Accra, you want to discuss something, say in Nigeria, you'd be lucky if this person would know anything. But similarly, a Nigerian may not even care to know about us. But if the professional media people would find a way to establish a powerful media agency, I've cited Al Jazeera, say here in Accra, very African, to tell African stories, not just political. It could be economic, it could be social, it could be entertainment, it could be trade, it could be industry. And they are using digitalization. I tell you, before you know, the African in Nigeria or in Nairobi or in South Africa or North Africa, and even as we speak, our brothers in North Africa, you would need some convincing to get them to believe they're Africans, like us. So we talk Africa, Pan-Africanism, and yet it's like pies in the sky. So we need to get this thing down. And Ghana, it seems, as the Creator made us, not too big, but somehow we've always been like a vanguard place. If you're talking media, I'm happy you talked about the repeal of the criminal libel law, which has empowered the media of Ghana so well. We want to talk of media independence. We've got very bright people. The only thing is the economy hasn't supported them to be too independent. And we talk government media houses. Ghana Broadcasting, I don't see its muscle. Graphic Times, if we leave them to themselves, I tell you, they will die tomorrow. But the personnel, they are there. They are professional. I came a bit late, but the presentation I had is so educative. Within 5-10 minutes, so this is. But then you talk, and you remain very local. You'd be lucky even to go outside Accra. You won't cover the whole of Ghana. Right. So the time has come when you are doing such a conference. Please, let's think big. And it can be done. Our brothers in Nigeria, I don't know about their media approach to transforming. But if you talk in business, it's taking just one man like Dangote. Now apparently he's even exporting refined oil to the United States. Could you imagine it? You can't talk 20 richest people on the face of earth without talking about him. Talk of Glow. I heard the presenter say cable system is so expensive, but it took one man, Adenuga of Nigeria, to do it. They think. I believe Ghana, with all our education and that sort of thing, we should be able to think big. Policy. These days, I believe the policy of not just choice, but of the imperative policy should be public-private partnership. Government, and I'm happy Sam is here, please. China has become what it has become because of the realization that policy, public sector, must be the infrastructure to unleash the force of private sector. So, policy should be shaped to enable these highly professional media people, and I'm sure there are people who have also business sense among them, to reach out, to become the hub on the continent, to bring the whole idea of Pan-Africanism down to the grassroots. So Ghana would contribute to shaping Africa to know itself. Because when Africa gets to know itself, I tell you, within a decade or two, with a rapidly increasing population, and we are told about 60% of our fast-growing population is youth, the people from 18 to about 35. And they tend to be very highly educated these days. Unfortunately, it's like they are trained to be idle. But their job prospects are... If we would use these technologies to empower the people, fast-growing population, with all the natural resources here that we tend to only exploit to send out raw, and to be given a pittance, if we do this, and I want to tell you, I have come to believe the fastest instrument to educate and awaken people is perhaps the media. Right. The fastest. The normal school is there, right? But it takes donkey ages to get a degree, doctorate, and so forth. Whereas with the media on the backs of digitalization, you can do it. Right. Go to any village around our country now, the most illiterate in the sense of not, they all use mobiles, and they know how to use the mobile to even transfer money. So they would learn, and they would become so well informed as to be able to hold their government to account. It would make for good governance, accountable governance, and also generally make responsible citizenship. Okay. And so when he told me you were doing this, I thought I should come and let you know that 5 years we've been talking. We've been talking with governments within the 5 years. Some governments, we've talked with the main banks on the continent, like African Development Bank, the African Bank. We've been trying to let them see the urgency of this. Because if Africa does not awaken itself to the digital age, and also with the AI, what is it? What is the AI? Artificial
intelligence.
If we do not do it, and the way the other continents are rushing around, we are not careful, we'll find ourselves back in perhaps worse colonialism than happened earlier times.
Well, what has been the response of these governments you've engaged, and then the banks?
I think it's bureaucracy. They hear the thing, and say, oh, this sounds good. Oh, we'll think about it. And then they leave it somewhere. The reactions are too slow. And I feel bothered. I feel really bothered. Because now, but like my grandson, a young man who's not even 30, did engineering, and now he visits me from Britain, and I say, you are an engineer, why don't you go to some factory? I said, no, he's an expert in data, visit processing, and so he's a consultant by himself, making money. So the other time he came, I said, look, if you are a businessman, sort of dealing in data, and you've made money, then pay me back all the help I gave your dad and you. He smiles at me and said, all right, next time I get a contract, I'll bring it to you. So we work together, knowing that I can't do anything. So the government and the authorities, they all write fine things to us, but it's taking too much time. Right. So this is part of the reason I said I should come and let you know that it's so urgent. We talk China. China has become what it has become all within the past 40 years. Before it was crawling, it was third world country. But because the government there saw the necessity to use the concept of public-private, now it's perhaps the richest country in the world. have moved almost 1 billion people from raw poverty into middle income. And Africa can do it.
But His Excellency, a problem that we are dealing with is funding. You know, the likes of, let's say, Al Jazeera. We know Qatar is behind Al Jazeera. You spoke about CNN and the great people behind it. Africa, how do we do it?
I've talked of Dangote. Dangote is African. Adenuga is African. I'm sure even in Ghana here, we've got some individuals who, with the right frame policy, you'd be surprised. And the youngsters coming up. I've told you of my grandson. I think he's about 28 now. He may be richer than me as I sit here, even though he's not opening up to me. So, but what I believe is, when you talk money, money really is in the head. In the head. You talk of innovativeness. You talk of creativity. We've heard of the Elon Musk, the name? Elon Musk. And then the other was Zuckerberg, and they're all youngsters. And it's not as if it was their parents dumping billions for them. The creativity is, and it can be done. The talents are here. Only the policy should be to acknowledge what is happening around the world and then opening up so legitimate talent would get some oxygen to show what it can be done.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
His Excellency, former President of the Republic, John Agyekum Kufuor, sharing his thoughts. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. I believe we can resume our seats. Thank you very much. We'll continue with the next leg of the program, our second panel discussion, which is looking at policy and regulatory directions. Our moderator will be Francisca Kakra-Forson. But let me introduce the panel. We have Mr. George Sapon, National Media Commission. What happened to George? Okay. George, I think he stepped down a bit, so I'll introduce the rest and then he comes in. Then we have a former board member of the NCA, Paul Adum-Otri. Is Paul in? Okay, Paul, please join us here. And then we have Mr. George Chumesi, CEO, ABN Holdings. He's also the co-founder of Africa Public Interest Media Initiative. Now, this panel will be looking at the review of Ghana's broadcasting policy and licensing regime. They'll also look at compliance issues and sanctions, as well as the future policy reforms in the digital convergence era. So, Francisca Kakra-Forson is on our morning show on City 97.3 FM. She'll carry the baton for this session. I think we should give her a round of applause as she takes this session.
Thank you so much, Vivian. Thank you very much. And I'd like to acknowledge His Excellency, the former President, John Kufuor. You're very welcome, and thank you for sharing your insights. I remember meeting you for the first time as a young journalist. I tried to grab an interview with you. I was overly ambitious, and I got a little heckled by your security. And when the opportunity came for me to actually meet you, which was at an event at the University of Ghana, you came to me and you encouraged me, and I cannot forget. And so I'm grateful. I'd also like to acknowledge the Honorable Minister for Communication, without an S, Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, Sam George, our distinguished panel members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you for joining us. For this second conversation, we'll kickstart with a presentation by the soft-spoken but brilliant George Sapon of the NMC. He's going to set the tone, and then we'll proceed with the conversation. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you very much, Francisca, for the very kind words. And I would want to acknowledge His Excellency the President. And one day I'll tell the story of how I got to work for the NMC and his role in it. And I'm very grateful to you. It was a good decision. I'm really grateful, Excellency. In this session, and very quickly, I want you to imagine just a small image of a thread on a spool that you are trying to, as it were, pull off. There are so many simple ways to get this thing done. But if you don't do it well, you hold the wrong end, it gets to a point where it gets into a difficult knot, and you don't know where to go. And that is precisely the nature of technology and broadcasting policy. If you follow the simple processes, you get it simply right. If you don't follow that, you entangle it and it gets complicated. In Ghana, it seems to me that we pulled too many ends and we've created a knot. But the way out is not difficult. So I really want to invite you to just follow me as I make an attempt to systematically identify what the issues are and where we should go. So okay. So just let's quickly set the stage. When we talk about media regulation, there are two key distinctions that we make: regulation of print and regulation of broadcasting. We regulate them completely differently because a print newspaper, as many people that have money that can afford to print newspapers can have newspapers. Forget about readers. In fact, there's a story of a newspaper in Japan called Kyoto Shimbun that was printing as many copies as there were people in the city. So if they had a population of 500,000, they were printing 500,000 copies. Okay. In Ghana here, I've joked about fly-by-night newspapers. We've had newspapers that used to print only 10 copies. They print them and distribute them to favorite radio stations. That's the end of it. They get mentioned in the morning show. That's the way it goes. So it's not difficult to print newspapers. Broadcasting, on the other hand, because of what Engineer Fianku explained, because of spectral resources, the use of spectrum and the limitations, you can't have as many as you want. Number two is that broadcasting tends to be intrusive. If I don't want to read a newspaper, I don't want to read. But it's difficult to block off television or radio, because even if you don't want to switch yours on, somebody's radio may get into you. The next reason is that writing, we say perception is simultaneous, but expression is linear. As I look at this table, I see His Excellency and other dignitaries here. But if I have to mention their names, I will have to call them one by one. It is not as if I see them one after the other. I see all of them together. But the nature of expression is such that I can only call them one by one. That's why we say perception is simultaneous, expression is linear. So writing tends to be slightly difficult, if we admit. Because of that, not everybody can produce a newspaper. As for speaking, anybody with a voice can speak. And because of that, one can always express your deepermost emotions, anger, in anything. So regulation helps us to moderate that. Then the speed of it and its impact. Because of this, we have completely different ways of regulating broadcasting from print. If you don't make this starting distinction, you get it wrong. Then the next thing is that when we come to broadcasting, policy contains three elements. And I really need you to come with me on this one. Broadcasting policy must contain three things. It has technical rules, which spectrum you can use, what transmitters you can use. The director of engineering was explaining to us the parameters for assigning the frequencies and how you do it. All these are rules within a broadcasting law. And those are the things that we call the technical rules. And then we have the behavioral rules, or what we call the content rules. What can you carry about pornography, incitement, and issues like that? Those are the behavioral rules. Then I put a question mark on competition. Is the market question that Bernard? Where is Bernard? Okay, the market questions that Bernard was raising, the number of radio stations you can have in a polity and all that, we'll get back to that. In countries that have regulation policy or competition institutions, you don't put the competition issues in your broadcasting law or policy. That then belongs to the competition authority. Exactly, Your Excellency, the market. So in the UK, in the US, the rules guiding competition tend to be in the antitrust rules. So if you look at broadcasting policy and regulation, it is these two elements that you will have. How we put them together is also a question of policy. We have two sets of regulatory systems. We have converged regulatory systems and non-converged regulatory systems. In a converged regulatory system, one regulator deals with both the technical parameters and the behavioral parameters. In a non-converged regulatory system, you have a technical regulator that is dealing with technical issues. Then you have a behavioral regulator that is dealing with content issues. By policy, Ghana chose a non-converged regulatory system. So we created the National Communications Authority to deal with technical issues. We created the National Media Commission to deal with issues. This distinction is very, very crucial for the next steps in our policy formulation. Now, if you want to, then we decided that we propose a broadcasting law in which we wrongfully, in my view, and I stress this, when you have a non-converged regulator, you set rules for the non-converged regulator. If you have a converged regulator, you set rules for the converged regulator. So I'm repeating this. Your technical regulator in a non-converged regulatory system is dealing with technical issues. Your behavioral regulator is dealing with behavioral issues. So we have the National Media Commission, we have the NCA. But when we decided to pass a law, we went and put together a converged piece of regulation on a non-converged regulatory system. This is the craziest policy intervention I have seen anywhere in the world. So, you have in Ghana as we speak, for all the technical regulatory issues, we have the Electronic Communications Act and the accompanying regulations. It has, in my view, even though the professionals who work on it have identified issues that they want to improve, the provisions in that law are far superior to what we had put into the proposed broadcasting law. So the proposed broadcasting law actually takes us backwards instead of moving us forward. And then on top of that, we have added behavioral issues within that same piece of legislation when we are operating a non-converged regulatory system. This is the problem with the broadcasting law. So, a few years ago, the National Media Commission decided that because we have the problem with the broadcasting industry is that you have a technical regulator, they have all the rules on technical regulation in the Electronic Communications Act and the regulations. You have a behavioral regulator, which is the National Media Commission. They have inadequate legislation. So the way to resolve the problem is not to complicate it further. It is simply to amend the behavioral regulators law to improve the gaps. This was the simplest, easiest task that was ahead of us. Instead, we decided to go and pass a law that was going to complicate our lives. So what did the NMC do? NMC decided that, okay, the broadcasting law that is proposed, it has technical component, it has behavioral component. All the technical components are inferior to what we have in the electronic communications regulations. So let us take out all the behavioral elements in that proposal and put them into a content regulatory instrument to complement the technical parameters in the electronic communications regulations. This, the Supreme Court said, amounted to censorship. We strongly believe that the court, and I think that significant members of the court have told us in private, that they didn't understand the policy orientation, they didn't understand the technology. You can't hold anybody responsible for that. Interestingly, and I really want to challenge people to check this, the philosophy that defined the law in Ghana, the Supreme Court struck down our law in November 2016. By June 2017, the Germans have already started talking to us about the philosophy of that law. We can't claim credit, but 7 months later, they passed what became the generally known as the Facebook law, which was the first major attempt to define a content regulatory parameters that would deal with behavioral issues across all platforms, not only in broadcasting. And this was the philosophy for what we did 10 years ago. Now, what Germany did has become the Digital Services Act in the whole of the EU. In the UK, they've passed a similar piece of legislation called the Online Safety Act. The Freedom House last year published that a minimum of about 70% of the global population now live in countries that are working towards the philosophy that we had advocated 10 years ago. So let us quickly go to, as we sit now, if we want to address broadcasting regulation in Ghana, we have 3 options. Very, very simple options based on the analysis I've done for you. Option 1 is to keep and improve the non-converged approach that we have. In which case, let us take the NCA Act. If there are any gaps in the technical regulations that we want, let's improve them. Then we take the NMC Act. Whatever gaps we see in them, let's improve them. It is the easiest, simplest, non-complicated. The second option is for us to move away from the non-converged regulatory system that we've created for ourselves and to create a converged regulator. That is going to have constitutional implications or operational implications. If you decide that you are going to create a converged regulator, you are either merging some aspects of NCA's work and that of NMC, or you are taking the NMC's content regulatory work and handing it over to NCA. If you decide to hand the content regulatory work of NMC to NCA, it's viable. It will then look like Ofcom or the FCC in the US. However, because NMC's functions are set in the Constitution, you will necessarily have to amend the Constitution. So that would imply constitutional amendment. If, on the other hand, you decide that you are taking NCA's work that relates to broadcasting to give it to NMC, you are going to disrupt the unity of command in the management of spectrum. And let me explain that. A couple of years ago, we knew that each spectral band could perform certain defined services. And so it was very easy for regulators to cut up the bands and say, this is for this is for this, that is for that. Convergence has made it extremely difficult to now separate the spectrum resources like that. So if you decide to cut that part to hand it over, as some people have advocated, you are going to completely kill innovation within your country. And that is why, even though this option exists, I do not see it as a forward-looking option, even though I hear some academics and advocates talk about that. The third option is to keep the confusion. okay, and pursue the, in my view, completely policy anomalous proposal in the broadcasting law. I have not met anybody in the field who understands broadcasting policy and legislation who feels that this is the way to go. In fact, one officer from Ofcom had written in a piece that he delivered in South Africa that I confronted him very harshly, that he could not see how an enlightened society like Ghana could take such a stupid decision. And that was his language. I confronted him, but I knew deep down within me he was speaking the truth. So these are the options I see for Ghana, and if we decide to do it right, it's not too complicated. The other thing that I want to quickly draw attention to, and I miss Engineer Fianco, but the other engineer is here. We are moving into digital broadcasting, and the digital migration process comes with a number of, everybody sees this as technology, but it comes with a number of big governance and legal issues that we need to confront within policy. Quickly, for those of you who are not too familiar with the process, in migration, of course, we have big advantages in migrating, but the policy issues that emerge is that we are unbundling the services between technical transmission and content production. So if you took today's broadcaster, for example, in analog mode, the same company is producing the content and doing the transmission. So if you took Director General's GBC or any one of them, in full migration process, the transmission system goes to a digital signal distributor. So most of the broadcasting stations will cease their own transmission systems. And there is one signal distributor that is managing the transmission. So the first issue that emerges is between the signal distributor and the content producer, who is the broadcaster? And it's not a moot question, because the definition of who the broadcaster is determines who bears liability for offensive content. Okay? The same definition also decides who benefits from constitutional protections for media. Okay? In simple, the simplest way that the average person may say, okay, why not decide that they are both broadcasters? That's a pathway out. However, if you do that, the first thing that emerges is that at tort law, the lawyers there would confirm to you that anybody who contributes to a tort becomes liable. So if I'm the signal distributor and I'll be held liable for the content that the content producer brings to me, then I should have the right to exclude content that is likely to create difficulties for me. But if I did that, I will become a technical censor of your content. Meanwhile, Constitution prohibits censorship. So we've got to address that question that looks like a simple question about the definitional question of who the broadcaster is. There are a number of issues that we could raise here, but just to fast track the process, I'll just leave that one. The other issues that we definitely need to address moving forward when we get into policy is to look at the Constitution again. Articles 162 and 163, cross-referencing against 164, raises issues about how to address misinformation, hate speech, and ethical standards. Why? 162, 163 guarantees all the freedoms for the media. In 164, it says all the freedoms that we have are subject to laws that are reasonably required in the interest of public morality, public order, and for the protection of the reputations of others. If you read that provision very carefully, and national security or public order per se is not a limitation on the right to free expression. It is laws on public order or public morality. Where are those laws? And then the Constitution says laws that are reasonably required. So even if there is a law, that law must be reasonably required. What is the determination of reasonability? These are critical questions that we need to address if we are to clarify policy regarding free expression and standards. And then the next one is about how we build consensus on national content standards rooted in democratic principles and Ghanaian cultural values. When we talk about behavioral issues and culture, they are very complicated. The average dressing of a woman, for example, on an American TV would be considered indecent in Saudi Arabia. Because the degree of covering that you need would be inadequate. And there are two key systems by which we define this, either by physical parameters or what we call the psychological parameters. So if it's by physical parameters, it is looking at the degree of exposure of the human body. How much of my body is exposed as I sit on television. So if a woman's, say, top reveals a little of the chest, in some jurisdictions they will say this is pornographic or indecent. You understand? In some jurisdictions, it would be good fashion. When we talk about our standards in Ghana, how do we define that? So take a depot dancer, for example, on television. Is that culture? Is that pornography? Is that indecency? And whose culture really should formulate the national standard? We've got to address these questions. Across Europe and North America, there are certain issues that would not be issues here. If somebody denied the Holocaust in Ghana, really, it's not an issue. But if you deny the Holocaust in much of Europe, that would constitute a criminal offense. So those standards, we necessarily need to find a way to define them as we define broadcasting policy, particularly with regards to content. Then I come to Bernard's concern, and I just put this in to show something. When we talk about market, the question of how many radio stations can an economy contain, it is not based on our gut feelings. Bernard did a brilliant job by raising the question of population. But I just want to submit that there are existing formula for dealing with these issues. We've got to do the right regulatory impact analysis with empirical science to determine these issues rather than our gut feelings. So this is one method we use. The other that was borrowed from telecoms, concentration analysis, is also what we call the HHI, which is the Heffendal-Heshman Index, easily used for concentration analysis, but you can always work back the formula to address the optimal numbers that you need. Then, I just make the point that in dealing with the figures, I do not think that it is okay to just talk about the numbers and the population. We've got to deal with the hard questions. Questions of economic viability, thresholds borrowed from competition law, issues about pluralism and the spectral resources. So these are the issues that I want to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Am I the only one who feels like we're done for the day? Well, that's the brilliant presentation by Mr. George Sapong, who is the Executive Secretary of the National Media Commission. He will take his seat. Let's put our hands together for him. Also joining us for this conversation is Paul Adum Ochre. He's a former board member of the National Communications Authority and a celebrated broadcaster as well. Yes. And finally, we'll have Mr. George Chumesi, CEO of ABN Holdings and co-founder of the Africa Public Interest Media Initiative. Let's put our hands together for him. Gentlemen, you're welcome. So what I'll do is I'll take brief reactions from the other two gentlemen, Paul and fellow George, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. Hello. I think it's working. Good morning. Thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge, as everyone else has done, President John Ajekum Kufuor, and also Minister for Communication, the Honorable Sam Nate George. Happy to see you, and thank you. I'd like to speak from just one perspective as a content creator for news and current affairs. And I've had this burden relating to this topic for a while, I believe dating back to since 2014. And my sensibilities in this area was aroused one weekend when there was news all over that the Black Stars participating in the World Cup had flown money abroad to pay for the players. And at that time, I had been doing a lot of work with Mr. Chumesi here on this subject. And the issue about digital migration was a big conversation. I got excited about digital migration because it is a way in which there's a way to do it in which content, local content especially, can be monetized by the infrastructure that government creates. And so I'd been focusing on the NCA since around 2014, and I'm sure I've had conversations with George in that same regard. When that Black Stars situation occurred, I was concerned about the digital migration. At that time, Ghana was doing a digital migration where, if I may just go back and explain what digital migration is, just so that we're on the same page. You know, we watch television in our homes. We've been doing that from time immemorial. And the television we watch in our homes is free. We don't pay for it. GBC has been talking about TV license and all that. It doesn't quite work, because then the argument came with the democracy that, what if I don't watch GBC? Why must I pay? There was a counter argument that, well, GBC is a public service broadcaster, so whether you watch it or not, it has a public service side to it. It is rendering a public service that you may benefit one way or the other. Somebody connected to you will benefit one way or the other when announcements are made, etc. So every Ghanaian must pay for TV license. But the critical matter is that the product, say the English Premier League, the football product called English Premier League, is wealthy. Why is it wealthy? It's wealthy because every weekend, and this weekend we're going to do the same, every weekend when you and I watch the English Premier League, we are paying for it. And 7 billion people around the world are paying for it. So if each of us is paying $1 and there are 7 billion of us, that's a bulk of the money that the English Premier League makes. It is their rights, the monetization of the content. They have been able to monetize the content. We have been watching Black Stars games in Ghana forever for free. If we could watch a Black Star game for 5 cedis, and we have to pay from our phone, and 10 million people watch the Black Stars game, and each of us pays 5 cedis to watch the Black Stars game, that's the amount of money that goes to the Football Association. That doesn't require them then to go to government and ask for money for Black Stars. But the mechanism to do that is not available. So we are in Ghana, there's no mechanism to pay to watch Asante Kotoko and Accra Hearts of Oak. But the Englishman has found a mechanism to take our $1 for us to watch his Premier League all the way in England. When we watch Manchester United, we pay. When we watch Asante Kotoko, we don't pay. Because the government has not developed the infrastructure so that you can pay to watch Asante Kotoko. That's the critical conversation that we must have. It is the commercialization of content. It will enable economics. It will enable development. It will enable employment. Why we have not achieved this all these years, I don't understand. How do we achieve it? Government had been looking at this for a while and had proposed different conversations. When I was on the NCA, the conclusion was that we are going to migrate to a single platform. So we are migrating from whatever we have now to a small decoder. That decoder has channels. All the channels that you are watching will be on the decoder. But the important issue was for the government policy to introduce another platform on the same decoder where you will now pay to watch those channels. So you watch TV3 free, you watch Metro TV free, you watch GBC free, you watch Channel 1 free. All of that is one part of the decoder. The next part of the decoder is where you watch Channel 1 Plus, where Channel 1 have submitted programs to the authority, say the NCA, that these programs, we want people to pay to watch it. So if you are watching Channel 1 on a normal day, they'll finish with Morning Show and say, for those of you who are watching on Channel 1, your next program is that. For those of you watching on Channel 1 Plus, your next program is that. Channel 1 Plus migrates the best Channel 1 programs, TV3 Plus migrates the best TV3 programs. So you have that second platform. And so you are paying to watch those programs. So money is generated from that platform for all of these stations. So if you take a TV station, they will have some programs free and they will have some programs that you pay for. Then they can have an extra channel for all the people who create content. If today the big story is, say, any politician, there's a big story today and something has happened around an individual, and so we want to interview the person, we can go and take that channel from NCA and say, give me this channel for 3 hours. I have this interview. I believe people will pay 10 cedis to watch. And then there's an arrangement. Ghana Music Awards is going on. They will have to do a quality production, put it on an NCA channel and say, you watch it for 2 cedis. By the time we finish, that's the money we have. If the GFA is broke, you organize a friendly between the Ghana Black Stars and the Super Eagles at the Accra Sports Stadium. But it's 10 cedis to watch on television because the infrastructure is available. If 12 million Ghanaians pay 10 cedis to watch that game, and some of the money goes to the stadium, some of the money goes to the away team, some of the money goes to the NCA, some of the money goes to the GRA, the Football Association will still have enough to run the show. We are talking about local football, and every day we're having conversations. Until we monetize content of local football on local television, we are not going anywhere. You can never raise that amount of money. But if Has and Kotoko play and the digital revenue is 100 million cedis, it is only then that you are beginning to have a conversation. Why government has not achieved this one, I don't understand.
Yes, Paul, thank you. You're making a strong point about commercialization. I just want to get brief remarks from our second judge on the panel as well.
Hello. Hi. I'd like to set the stage with context, and I'd like to acknowledge and thank His Excellency John Ejekun Kufuor, who is my mentor. The context of this discussion is very important because I think it's a nexus for what the industry does next with specificity to the reality of the role of the digital migration we are currently experiencing. The first point I want to make is that some years back, there was this talk of DTT and MAST, etc. Right now, it's a mute conversation. It's part of the plethora of the digital ecosystem that exists in the world, number one. Number two, it's about markets, because it's capital intensive, this industry. So my perspective, I went to NAFTI in 1983, went to Prempeh College, then NAFTI straight there, those days. I was teaming with a lot of ideas, Anansi stories, animation, Yasantwa Wars, Queen Amina of Zaria. Why can't we tell our stories? Why do I have to basically watch English soaps? I was brought up with a lot of fairy tales, the Marquis of Caraba and Tintin and all of that when I was growing up. So I wanted to tell the African story. Left the country on a wild adventure. And then during my adventure, I came across a quote by the founding president of Ghana. I quote, "We shall leverage radio, television, and large-scale printing presses to eradicate literacy among our people." A decade ago, such statements would have been deemed visionary, mere fantasies of an idle dreamer. However, this is an era in which science has surpassed the boundaries of the material world, and technology has penetrated the natural world. That was in 1963, May, at the OAU. It wasn't until August 2019 when I heard another African leader talk, and that was President Kufuor at Claridge's Hotel. That's why I approached him with the idea that public interest media is something which has to transform Africa. Otherwise, we are going nowhere. The issue is policy right now and regulation, right? My view is that there's an academic side to policy and there's a practical side to policy. And I'll just quickly touch on the three without expanding. The first is that we need an Africa Media Development Fund, not a Ghana-focused fund. The second is that we need a think tank that does R&D, because the world has changed. Broadcasting has been replaced by narrowcasting. And this is just the beginning. It's Facebook and TikTok, etc. It's just like when cinema started in the 20s, and people would go and watch others horses eat hay. That was when Gone with the Wind happened, and then after that, science fiction was born with George Lucas, and we are where we are today. Where we are with digital technology is just the beginning, and we need to own our own ecosystem as Africans. So I think Ghana is well placed because of the Criminal Libel Acts, because of, I would say specifically, the significant think tank process which President Kufuor has initiated this past 6 years. He's done a lot of work as a political leader, and I think it will be opportune for the country to look at creating a digital hub here, whatever the regulatory environment is, right, to make Ghana the hub for developing a new ecosystem for Africa.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are some brilliant submissions. Let's put our hands together for them. Yes, and please be reminded that this is broadcasting at the Crossroads Forum. It is brought to you by Africa Media Bureau in partnership with the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, and is sponsored by Keynote WAPS and also supported by Channel 1 TV and City FM. Thank you for the brief remarks on the presentation. I'd like to draw back to you, Mr. Sapong. I don't even want to call it a presentation, the lecture, the very detailed lecture you gave, albeit that you held on to some portions. It appears that for this policy and regulatory gap that we find ourselves in, you put out 3 options. And I think these 3 options are quite scary. You talk about maintaining the non-converged NMC, NCA regulation that we have as option 1. You talk about, picking up from the UK Ofcom approach, having a merger, a convergence of the NMC, NCA. That would require constitutional amendment. And from your presentation, that's not an option that you are keen on choosing. And then you talk about maintaining the chaos and approaching it from the broadcasting law. I'm going to have the other panel members speak to it, but I want you to settle on your best option. You hinted at option 1 being the best option. I see a frown on your face. That means you disagree. Perfect. So let's see what's the best option in terms of closing this regulatory gap.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The reason why I really am almost indifferent, except that as for the broadcasting law approach, as an expert in the field, I honestly do not see how I explain that to myself or to anybody else. But that's a public process, so that's about it. It doesn't make sense. And I will say it very directly. It doesn't make sense. It's going to complicate the work of NCA and NMC even further. The Director General of NCA is here. If he thinks otherwise, you can ask them. And
an amendment cannot cure that.
First of all, it's too complicated a process. Okay? It is like splitting half a woman and half a man and joining them as one human. Okay? It just doesn't make sense. Let's face it. However, as I've said, it's a public process, a political process. I only state my opinion and leave it. That's what it is. The reason why the first option is easier, and it is not because it's my preference. It is easier because by policy, we have already opted for a non-converged regulatory system. So that defines the rest of our path. We've decided that we are going to Kumasi. So we know the pathways that lead us to Kumasi. We know that we can go through Nsawam, or we may go through Kasua and still end up somewhere there. We may use the third exit out of Accra through the Volta region. We know how efficient each one of them is.
But there are also
we
challenges.
know that we can't use the sea.
George, there are also challenges with this non-converged approach.
Precisely. Whichever option we take, there's going to be work to be done. But which one makes conceptual sense and create regulatory efficiency? It is easier, far cheaper to adopt option 1. because it sits with the existing policy framework. Option 2 would require too much re-engineering. You already know how complicated constitutional processes are. And I have also, outside the constitutional process, the one thing that in all sincerity, I work for NMC, but anytime I hear people say, take the broadcasting spectrum and give to NMC, I panic. Because no forward-looking nation will do that today, even though it appears that it will help NMC. Who wouldn't want power? You are allocating frequency, and I'm saying it may enhance our power as NMC, me myself, but it just doesn't make sense as a patriot who understands the industry. It just doesn't work. We shouldn't go near that. As for the broadcasting law, I've explained to you how I see it and how others see it.
It's a no-go for you. Paul, I want to bring you in this conversation. I'd like to take your take on which option you believe works, especially because you have had the opportunity to sit on two sides as a regulator and also as a broadcaster. Speak to that for me.
What are the options?
So option 1 from his presentation is that we maintain the non-convergence regulation that we have. Option 2 is to
add that. So, and then we address the policy gaps. Okay. So if we think that it is the NMC side that is weak, let's amend the NMC side to strengthen it to do their work. If we find any gaps in the technical regulation, let's amend the NCA Act to improve that. Simple, straightforward.
So that's option 1, the non-convergence with the policy gaps being addressed. Option 2 looks at what is similar in the UK, the converged regulation, and that will require constitutional amendment. I'd wanted to speak to you that isn't the time opportune because there's a review underway. But back to you, Paul. And option 3 will be to maintain the current system and pursue the broadcast law.
I think the divergence, for me as a student of political science, the divergence grants a bit of checks and balances, and so that's very necessary. So one controls the content, and the other controls the technical. It's also important, the way we do it in Ghana, that it appears that the National Media Commission is not as much under the thumb of government as the NCA could be. And that's also very important. If you look at the constitution of the Media Commission, about 23 or so people, few of them are selected by government. Ultimately, government may control. A government that wants to behave like an octopus to grab territory would be able to control it. But it is, at least on paper, it gives an opportunity for a great semblance of a certain independence of the National Media Commission connected to the NCA. So that works. But that's what we are doing now. So NCA then goes into cancel somebody's license based on the content that they may have published. National Media Commission must be the platform to determine whether the content is good or is bad. I remember the arguments about the broadcasting law. I'm not sure how we're going to create a convergence in the current ecosystem that we have. It's going to be very difficult. So we perhaps must enhance the independence of the National Media Commission to the extent that the National Communication Authority has something to do with national security. I think we should leave that for government, firmly for government, because they have other roles that should not lend itself to influence from other quarters who do not control governmental authority. For that reason, we should afford the National Media Commission a bit more independence if we can in some of the amendments, and allow other interest groups. I don't know whether the National Union of Ghana Students are represented on NMC. Are they? Yeah, so something like that. We should be expanding it in those regards. So I think that the divergence is better than convergence.
Okay, Mr. Chumisi, I'll take your quick remarks on that.
I'd like to talk from a global perspective. There's something called the FANG. Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, and Google.
Facebook, Apple,
Amazon, and Google.
Netflix and Google.
Yeah,
fine.
they are all technology companies. They have more money than any other media company right now in terms of content. Facebook, reluctantly, you've got kids who control, who become editors right now. In 5 years from now, in Ghana, we'll have automated journalism. It's going to be AI-driven. So the reality is that digital technology has changed the world. It doesn't matter what the options are. There's another reality, right? the reality is that this industry, media, does not make any money based on infrastructure. It's IP driven, it's content. And there's so much work to do in terms of content formulation and content appropriation and content monetization that the argument about any option is a mute one right now. I would take it further. There are two brilliant individuals. I know both personally. The Director General of NCA and the head of the National Media Commission,
NMC,
right?
yes.
I think the hard options that need to be considered are not part of the options he's defined. And the hard option is that one has to determine whether technology is going to usurp the role of content, or if content will remain autonomous of technology. And I think in this time, look at our industry, it's 2025, but think about it in terms of 1925, right? So 100 years from now, the policy framing that the minds, not the organizations, but the intellectual capital of these two individuals put together is what would determine the future of the industry.
Okay, very well said. I want to tackle again an issue that came up when Paul was responding about the independence of the NMC. I understand his point, at least on paper, he says that there appears to be independence. But that has been one of the biggest concerns that was raised or has been raised in the past about the independence of the NMC. The Director General and other directors are appointed, NCA, are appointed by the President. That being the case, how do we separate political influence from an independent authority regulator, especially with the concerns about the plurality of media organizations?
When we think of policy, one of the dangers that we should avoid is to create in our mind policy angels and policy demons. The concern about the legitimate fears of government within the governance architecture of Africa is true. However, we should be cautious not always to think that government involvement is bad. And that is the point that Paul just made, that there are certain significant functions that the NCA perform, not precisely because you have an elected government that has a mandate to lead. Certain kinds of policy should be in the hands of government. So I do not have difficulty with the NCA staying as a government agency. And I say this as a personal view, I have known the NCA up close. I do not share a lot of the things that I hear outside about the institution. And I think Paul hinted at the same reason. The NCA sometimes is not what people say, and I wish that people get closer to the institution. I'm on record to have said publicly that I think in this country it is the best managed public institution. I've said this publicly. So, in short, let us not fear too much the structure and architecture that we've created. But you hint at another problem. When I talk about the need for constitutional amendment if we're taking the converged route, I also added that it would involve undermining the unity of command in the management of spectrum. And one of the key reasons there is that the nation, you see the spectral resource, it doesn't have the physical boundary as we have. It's not the place that I can put customs and the immigration and police people in the air. You can't. So there are international protocols that manage these issues. And it is government-to-government relationship. And within the country, it is the regulator, in our case the NCA, that leads those international discussions and negotiations. So you necessarily will have to keep NCA the way it is. However, if anybody has doubt about the relationship between government or the ministry and the regulator, all that we need to do will be to develop protocols for the relationship between the ministry and the NCA, and if possible, even set it out in legislation. But otherwise, I will keep NCA the way it is to be able to lead government effort in the technology industry. I will keep NMC with the point that my brothers have both said, the diverse composition of the commission, which helps to hold its stability as an independent institution, and let each one of them do their work very well whilst constructing a framework for cooperation amongst them. Thank you.
Paul, you still hold that view despite the fact that management of frequencies can be used as a political weapon?
Well, yes, we can look at that, and we are still evolving as a democracy. Some of these things are bound to happen. We just have to think through and put regulations in. Some of the areas we could exploit, for instance, is that there are no courts, and we do have a vibrant judiciary. There are no courts set aside to hear communication-related cases. If they are there, if they are, then I don't know yet. Oh, yeah, we have that tribunal, but it kind of works under NCA in a certain way that I know it's independent, but this jurisdiction and mandate seems quite limited. You know, if we have a regular high court that can regulate these things. The other thing we can do is that when the NCA makes a decision that a radio station or TV station has fallen foul in a way that they have to terminate their license, we can introduce another level where they have to submit that to the Parliamentary Committee on Communication, for instance, to submit to Parliament that these are the categories of radio stations that we are going to terminate, and then Parliament can hold a hearing. We can improve on these things, but like George said, let us trust government. We have adopted a democracy. It has been working for 35 years. We get too suspicious of government. It's the same suspicion that led us to ignore GBC in leading this whole digital migration. It would have been done by now. But there was such strong suspicion from the GIBA and all these people about they don't want GBC, because as if GBC will belong to one person forever. People will be changing at GBC. It was very disappointing. I remember Ampim Dakun was very disappointed about that. That what is the suspicion of GBC so that we don't want... In England, BBC had a big role to play in it. So let us trust our state institutions. It's only then that we can establish, you know... The other day, recently, Esla Usu was a minister for communication. Esla Usu and Sam George have had their own fight. Sam George has come to be minister. And I can assure you that he's continuing some of the things that Esla did. You know, another person will become minister after Sam George. He will fight with him, but he will continue. By the time we've done that for 70 years, you know, we are getting somewhere. And I'm sure President Kufuor likes the things I'm saying, because he was part of the group that said we should hold on to this democracy and try it. We will get there, and we should trust the process. Thank you, Mr. President. So let's trust the process. We can do it.
Very well. And Minister George made a point about government coming in to regulate and not censor. Mr. Chumesi, I'd like to take your view on what is your expectation with this kind of intervention. Paul is saying let's trust the government. Mr. Sapon is saying similar. What's your expectation? Certainly. What's your expectation in terms of drawing the line between regulation and censorship?
I like to, this well-worn out expression, data is the new gold, right? I think in 2020, Google and IFC came out with a report, e-economy report, which made the assumption that by the end of 2025, it's in the ether, but the digital space would generate 180 billion USD in terms of potential revenue. That's not been appropriated by anybody because the ecosystem doesn't exist. They also said conservatively that by 2050, it'll be 20 billion, right? So let's assume that Ghana wants to create $1 trillion economy. Let's make the assumption that Ghana is going to go for gold, that data gold. We're going to become Africa's premier hub for our content and for the appropriation of effective technology. And I might add, a company like Keynote and what they're doing, they could become the SCS of Africa. We are tired of Eutelsat and SCS and Intelsat and all these. They are all parts of the colonial administrative system. And when you look at what's happening in the stratosphere in terms of balloons and drones, etc. Africa needs its own integral dynamic. So against that background, why don't we look at a strong National Media Commission that is strong in Ghana, but also leads the intellectual knowledge capital process across Africa? A strong NCA that leads in Ghana, but also leads across Africa, and then have an oversight body with government legislation. This oversight body is going to be autonomous of government, like the same kind of rule that NMC currently enjoys. And then NMC focuses on content. We build GBC into a behemoth, a digital behemoth, right? And go NCA looking at what these things are going to be doing, mobile handsets, right? And then look at creating an economy where Ghana not only depends on cocoa and gold, but $1 trillion digital economy. If we think that way, our paradigm will change.
Mr. Sapon, is that foreseeable in the nearest future?
Nothing is unforeseeable once we commit ourselves to it. Just yesterday, I was having a discussion with somebody who had questions about the decline in democracy around the world. And I was telling the person, this democracy that we are mourning its almost demise was constructed by human beings like us. Maybe even within an age where they didn't have all the information that we have. So if it falls on us to reimagine how the next 100 years is going to look like in terms of how society is structured, we should grab that. Your Excellency, please forgive me for this one. Old conversations, sometimes you bring them back. When I was a student leader and we were angry at the Rawlings administration and we were mobilizing and organizing, there was a day His Excellency told us that looking at us, he wanted democratic Ghana to benefit all of us. He didn't want any one of us to go and die when we didn't need to. So when we think about methods, we should think about methods that are sustainable, that also protect everybody. I have not had the chance to remind His Excellency some of the things that he said at the time that we completely disagreed with. We completely disagreed with him with. But as we grew up and today, we can then see that he was seeing further than we could see. It seems to me that is the way we should think about society, how to structure it and its growth. So I say nothing is unforeseeable, and I completely agree with John. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to turn our attention to one other big issue that you raised in your presentation about the digital migration and the questions that came up. For instance, the definition of a broadcaster. We looked at the provisions that are afforded by Article 162, 163, and the limitations you talked about, and also the matter of commercial viability and standards in terms of our context as Ghana. How do we maneuver around all of these things?
It's a very simple approach. If I would be listened to, I would say, let's calm down. Let us start with RIA, Regulatory Impact Assessment and Analysis. Let us pull together all the issues that are of concern to us, and let's sit together and frame a pathway. In doing that, the only caution that I want to give is that previously we have constructed public consultations by legitimacy rather than competence. So there are institutions that we think are implicated. They are the ones that we bring to the table. Our panel discussions here have showed you that there are so many brilliant minds who may not fit into the mold of the previous approaches to consultation. So if we are going to do consultation now, we should construct them in a way that enables all our big brains with the necessary competences to feed into the process. The past method of NMC2, GIBA 1, this you understand, is not going to help us. If you did that, a lot of our colleagues who've spoken today and said so much with us won't be in the room. In short, let us calmly start with the regulatory impact assessment and analysis. Let's bring to the table all the people that we can identify as having the competences to help us. Together, we can chart the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chumesi, listening to him, do you see the way forward clear ahead? And going back to the challenges he talked about with respect to the digital migration, how much of that will hamper, our desire to have a Ghana hub, an Africa hub in terms of technology and media generally?
I'll be very specific, and I'll like to name call. I've had the opportunity to work across Africa for close to 35 years in search of an African identity, who we are, why racism exists, and the greater storyline of someone like Joseph Conrad and the Hearts of Darkness. I don't buy into that. So my search for identity, right, has led me to understand the continent to the extent that the industry of media and entertainment does count in terms of charting the future. Against that background, when I look at the concept of an African Media Bureau, right, it's very, very powerful. And knowing the work that Samens and Ben Avle stand for, right, that could be the nexus of change for Africa. In many ways, that's number one. When I look at someone like Theo Asampong, who's a brilliant technology mind by any standard in the world, convergence is something that has to stay and happen in Africa, right, led by Ghana. When Mr. Fianco, Reverend Fianco, we've met many, many times in Tanzania, South Africa, you name it. And when he gives presentations, people stand up and listen, but it's just presentation. So when he became the DG of NCA, I thought it was a huge opportunity. Professor Amin Alassane, you are not going to get another Director General of GBC. You won't get another Director General of GBC in our time who understands development communications, public interest media like he does. George Sapong, right? When it comes to media law, there are very few. But above all, President Kufuor, you should see him working on media. It's stunning. Everybody in his household sees him. When we sit for 5 hours, 4 hours, he won't stop. And he pushes you to the limits of your human capacity. I think we have what it takes as Ghanaians. What we need is gentle persuasion, and everybody who listened to our president speak yesterday at the United Nations, right, and making reference to 25% of the world being African by 2050. And there's an article in New York Times, which I think everybody should read. It's called Old World, Young Africa. We are dominating the world, even if we do not believe it ourselves. And I think Ghana is not an accident of nature. If we get our media and telecoms infrastructure right, if we get GBC right, Africa will change.
All right. Broadcasting at the Crossroads. Gentlemen, what I get from you is that the future looks bright. I would like us to, give our concluding remarks. Okay. His Excellency has a quick contribution. Yes, please.
Listening to George and the panelists, I get the impression we are over-concerned about the current situation. George, in the presentation, alluded to what is happening in Germany and Europe, and I got the feeling that would be the way you'd want media or broadcasting development to go. The difficulties you point at are real now, but with a think tank, and we've got the personnel, we've got the brains to do it, I believe we could span the development into realizing what you show. And it might be within, say, perhaps a decade, we'll get there. In the sense that currently, it might be good to work with the split between NCA and the Media Commission, your commission, currently. But if we should think about how to move to, if you like, the integration of whatever it is, we might come, you talk of the Constitution. Constitution could be amended. Only you should start the process. And I know that currently everybody says the president has too much power, I would say appointments and everything. And that's where the fear of undue political influences come in. I have been telling people, if, say, we would, as a nation, move with constitutional amendment, and I believe in the executive presidency, all right. But I would say, on the principle of checks and balances, I might consider, instead of, say, a Council of State, a second chamber, which would be composed on institutions. And that's where, in terms of appointments to bodies that should be independent, like with the media, you want independent editorship and so forth and so on. Anything to do with, say, state broadcasting, in terms of appointments there, it shouldn't be just the president say so. There should be a body, say, within the legislature, second chamber, doing the vetting for people who would be recommended. So when they get their position and they are meant to be independent, they would really work as independents. And unless we start thinking of this and also moving to influence the processes of, say, the Constitutional Review Committee, to allow Ghana to see between the lines and influence the processes, unless we do that, we might become like the proverbial worm that never cut ice. So we need to start thinking, and if you believe the German practice is what Ghana should have, please, yes, even as in the short term, you say let the two institutions counter-check each other. Let's think of how we get to the German experience we are recommending, and that might be medium to long term. And that might also entail constitutional reform, and when you are reforming constitution, look at the institutions there. Would we be served better with a second chamber where the composition is not, say, on the say-so of the president exclusively, but say on the composition of acknowledged, recognized institutions that would take over from, say, the parliamentary vetting committee, which tends to be lopsided sometimes. You go, some here would be there on appointments committee, and anybody coming from the party with all the defaults might just pass through. No, we push the appointments to that second house of independent institutions to see whether the nominee really is befitting of consideration to become what you want to become. So please think of the now and then medium to long term. When you do that, propose, and then you might see that the convergence might come and we might still retain the checks and balances Paul is talking about. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together. Thank you very much for those wise words. And I think we will conclude on the wise words shared by His Excellency, unless my guests have any comments. We're out of time.
Just a quick comment. Back to the commercialization of content. Right now in Ghana, 90% of television and radio stations are running at a loss because advertising is not working anymore. The only way to redeem this situation is to have a way in which content can be monetized, and so people can get money from content. Radio stations and TV stations are opening YouTube channels and putting their content on because that's how they get money. It's important that this conversation about monetizing local content through the NCA infrastructure is taken very seriously. Otherwise, a lot of these stations are ground into a halt, and the danger is that they will be overtaken by politicians and politics. And then all of what we are seeing on our media landscape in terms of what President Mahama has been complaining about, abuse and the use of rogue language and all of that, is because people want to attract, and they want to attract likes, and that's social media, and that's how they get paid. If they can also get paid by the regular way of broadcasting and monetizing their content, it will help a great deal. So I think that it should be a conversation that should be taken very seriously.
Okay. I think we're out of time, so we'll leave it here. But please be reminded that this is broadcasting at the Crossroads Forum. Is brought to you by Africa Media Bureau in partnership with the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation. Sponsored by Keynote, WAPS, and supported by Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. Ladies and gentlemen, help me say a big thank you to our panel members. George Sapong is the Executive Secretary of the National Media Commission. Paul Adomotre is former board member of the NCA and a seasoned broadcaster. George Chumesi is CEO of ABN Holdings and co-founder of the Africa Public Interest Media Initiative. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you as well.
So let's give another round of applause to Francisca and her panel. This is still the broadcasting at the Crossroads Forum. It's been brought to you by the Africa Media Bureau in partnership with the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, sponsored by Keynote, WAPS, and supported by Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor wants to take leave of us.
Beautiful.
Thank you. So we'll say goodbye to him. Please let's be upstanding as he leaves us. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Thank you. So we'll just take a few minutes for him to be ushered out, then we'll continue the show. Okay. Maybe I left if you want to the left side. All right. I think it's a great time for us to take a coffee break. We've been sitting for too long for today. So we will take the coffee break in a minute or two. But let me quickly make some announcements. We're heavy on social media, on Twitter. The hashtag is Africa Media Bureau or Afri Media Bureau. Please retweet those hashtags. The coffee break is for 20 minutes, so we'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
On Footprints, this Friday, we have a conversation with Kofi Bentum Kwanson, a former director of the Bureau of National Investigations, who shares his story about his educational life as a detective, and rising through the ranks to become a director.
A team was sent to Kumasi early December to cover to verify on information that some meetings were being held at a popular bar in Kumasi, near the stadium. I forgot the name now. A team was sent to Accra early dawn to go and raid the place. It is a raid. Between 5:30 and 6. While they were there, an army officer came and got visibly upset about the search. And I'm quoting, yes, very soon all this nonsense will stop, unquote. A strange cable was intercepted. I'd write to somebody that, quote, second roasted, there was likely to be a security incident. We didn't know about the coup. 6 o'clock, this is Canal Champo. One professor saw my head at Champon. He nearly collapsed. So, coffee. I will tell them.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 5:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
It is electric. It is electric. It is electric. It is spiritual. It is infectious.
The countdown is on. The City Business Olympics 2025 is almost here. It's the ultimate day of team building, networking, and fitness fun. Don't let your company miss out. Date, Saturday, 27th September 2025. Time, 8 a.m. Venue, Eden Heights Sports Complex. Wager, rally your teammates, bring the energy, and get ready for action.
You expect to win all the medals. You want us to say 1 or 2. You want to win everything.
It is Dampon all the way. Everyone will mention our name and they will cry.
You should expect the best from us. We are here to take everything.
Call 0558-973-973 now to register your company. The City Business Olympics 2025 is powered by City FM and Channel 1 TV in partnership with Side Hustle, and it's proudly sponsored by UMB Bank and Eden Heights Sports Complex with support from Bethel Logistics, Dampon Healthcare, and Hallmark Cafe.
This Olympics comes to us after a very long time having not participated, but we are poised, we are very strong on the ground. We've prepared adequately to really outdo our opponents, and so we are coming in with all the confidence and then the preparations.
How's the training session been for you?
Well, to talk about the training, we've had local training and foreign training. Let me explain to you that in our last trial games, we've played Liverpool, we've played Manchester United, we've played Manchester City, and we played Chelsea. In all these games, we proved our worth. And so all our opponents must be on their edge to beat us. If they are not scared, they should be afraid. If they are not scared, they should be afraid. In any of the events that we enter, we will be the first. We'll be the first. They should reserve the first medals for UMB staff. Giving.
UMB is winning, whether you like it or not. We are bringing the cup home. Team UMB all the way. Upyo mumpo yafa eno.
Without UMB, it's like Gary without Nkatie and sugar. Soaking. Period. I mean, look, We've got the Michael Phelps in the pool. We got the Steph Curry on the courts. If you're looking for football, we got the Messis, the Ronaldos. We are actually winning it.
Exactly.
You see, if we don't take the trophies, because we have babies. We are the fathers. We are sonning the people. We are actually, some people may be older than us in terms of age, but we are the fathers and they are sons. We're gonna baby them. So watch out. It's Team UMB and we're winning it just like that. Announce today.
Oh yeah, Fabibia. In fact, everything in terms of sack race, tennis, football, everything. We are coming with Vim, UMB, united, motivated.
My name is Loretta and this is Messi, and we are all geared up for City Business Olympics happening this Saturday. We are coming with our full, vigor and vim. We are ready for you, and we are united, motivated, and bold. Watch out for us with our wins! Yay!
After 60, people will, take it easy and retire. But of course, the gentle giant has been busy and all that. But give us elements of that project that you've been involved in.
Thank you very much. And greetings to you all. In fact, I came to hear and to learn because I've come to believe that the word literacy, like we used to know in the past,
is obsolete now. If you are not into the digital age, no matter the education we had earlier, you should be considered illiterate.
And so I came into entangling myself with the search
to keep abreast with the unrushing world. About 5 or 6 years ago in London, I met a gentleman, and he happens to be here in London. It was at a banquet right in the center of London. He walked to me. Till then, I hadn't talked to him before. Obviously, he was Ghanaian. But he walked straight to me and said he wanted to have a chat with me. So I said, well, just go ahead. And then he introduced a topic He said he was working on this project he titled Africa Public Interest Media Initiative using digital technology. Of course, I was ignorant of the digital technology, but I got intrigued. I asked him, Africa Public Interest? Do you know Africa? He said, of course. I said, look, do you know the size of Africa and the complexity of Africa? There were so many nations styling themselves as sovereign, about 54 or 55 of them. And all their governments guarding their sovereignty so jealously. So how could you talk of public interest for such a place? Africa being the second biggest continent on the planet. Well, the ensuing discussions dragged me deeper and deeper into seeing the importance and urgency of coming to terms with the topic, public interest media. I remembered, I'm a politician, and I remember that it was from here, our first president, the great Kwame Nkrumah, who launched, or was one of the people who launched the Pan-African course on the eve of our independence, going as far as to say that the independence of our country would be meaningless unless it was linked with the total liberation of Africa. And from there, and with some other leaders of our continent, they pushed on to form the Organization of African Unity, and some of them even propagating the urgency of forming a continental government. It was a bit idealistic though, but they pushed it, and then Pan-Africanism really took root. It's over 60 years since they started talking these things, and every year they meet in conferences talking Pan-Africanism, union government, continental communications, and so forth and so on. What really convinced me that it was a topic to study seriously was the fact that with all their efforts and, I believe, sincerity, they didn't manage to get this crucial topic down from their heights, the levels, to the grassroots of the people. And so when this gentleman broached the matter and then added the digital technologies and the force of digitalization as such, not even the most powerful governments anywhere can really block the impact of digitalization on the grassroots of people. So it occurred to me that if truly there would be very professional and very serious, committed media people who would try to come to grips with the challenge of making Africa know itself from the grassroots, meaning if they would succeed in making Africa borderless using the technologies and professions of media and digitalization as the technology, then the peoples of Africa would come to know themselves and would also get awakened with the knowledge that would come on the backs of such media operations as to enable them hold their various governments to account and come from their Olympian heights down to grassroots, and governments that would not meet the demands of the public so awakened would be a peril. So for 5-6 years he dragged me. Fortunately, he's such a good writer, and at every turn he would summarize and bring me something. So it's been a great school for me. Sometimes I see him and I want to run away from him because I'm a retiree, and I thought, why I have gotten to now, But this guy has pushed me till even as I speak with you. And it was through him I got to know this conference was coming on. And I hear broadcasting at Crossroads. I tend to feel that perhaps this topic should not be localized. You should talk continental. Because look, we talk of Al Jazeera. I don't know if you've been to Qatar. It's just a spot of a country, very tiny. Of course, it has money. So it makes all the difference. But look at the reach of Al Jazeera. It's so global now. And then look at CNN, very private. But the reach, of course, is also coming from a highly developed technological country like the United States. Poor Africa, so far, has tended to be defined from outside. We are seeking our identity. For instance, now we are forming things like AFTA, continental free trade and all that. But it tends to be just talk. The trading among ourselves on the continent, the percentage of trade among ourselves is meager. But then digitalization and mobile technology, they are invading us. You go to any village, every village, we see all these things. We talk platforms. How many of the platforms are managed and driven by us? We still are locked into the blinkers of colonialism. We are Anglophone. My cousin in Cote d'Ivoire is Francophone. The next person is Lusophone. We do not know ourselves. You stop a person in the streets of Accra. You want to discuss something, say in Nigeria, you'd be lucky if this person would know anything. But similarly, a Nigerian may not even care to know about us. But if the professional media people would find a way to establish a powerful media agency, I've cited Al Jazeera, say here in Accra, very African, to tell African stories, not just political. It could be economic, it could be social, it could be entertainment, it could be trade, it could be industry. And they are using digitalization. I tell you, before you know, the African in Nigeria or in Nairobi or in South Africa or North Africa, and even as we speak, our brothers in North Africa, you would need some convincing to get them to believe they're Africans, like us. So we talk Africa, Pan-Africanism, and yet it's like pies in the sky. So we need to get this thing down. And Ghana, it seems, as the Creator made us, not too big, but somehow we've always been like a vanguard place. If you're talking media, I'm happy you talked about the repeal of the criminal libel law, which has empowered the media of Ghana so well. We want to talk of media independence. We've got very bright people. The only thing is the economy hasn't supported them to be too independent. And we talk government, media houses. Ghana Broadcasting, I don't say it's muscle. Graphic Times, if we leave them to themselves, I tell you, they will die tomorrow. But the personnel, they are there. They are professional. I came a bit late, but the presentation I had, it's so educative. Within 5-10 minutes, so this is. But then you talk, and you remain very local. You'll be lucky even to go outside Accra. You won't cover the whole of Ghana. Right. So the time has come when you are doing such a conference. Please, let's think big. And it can be done. Our brothers in Nigeria, I don't know about their media approach to transforming, But if you talk in business, it's taking just one man like Dangote. Now apparently he's even exporting refined oil to the United States. Could you imagine it? You can't talk 20 richest people on the face of earth without talking about him. Talk of Glow. I heard the presenter say cable system is so expensive, but it took one man, Adenuga of Nigeria, to do it. They think. I believe Ghana, with all our education and that sort of thing, we should be able to think big. Policy. These days, I believe the policy of not just choice, but of the imperative policy should be public-private partnership. Government, and I'm happy Sam is here, please. China has become what it has become because of the realization that policy, public sector, must be the infrastructure to unleash the force of private sector. So, policy should be shaped to enable these highly professional media people, and I'm sure there are people who are also business sense among them, to reach out, to become the hub on the continent, to bring the whole idea of Pan-Africanism down to the grassroots. So, Ghana would contribute to shaping Africa to know itself. Because when Africa gets to know itself, I tell you, within a decade or two, with a rapidly increasing population, and we are told about 60% of our fast-growing population, it's youth, the people from 18 to about 35. And they tend to be very highly educated these days. Unfortunately, it's like they are trained to be idle, but their job prospects are. If we would use these technologies to empower the people, fast-growing population, with all the natural resources here that we tend to only exploit to send out raw, and to be given a pittance, if we would do this. And I want to tell you, I have come to believe the fastest instrument to educate and awaken people is perhaps the media. Right. The fastest. The normal school is there, right? But it takes donkey ages to get a degree, doctorate, and so forth. Whereas with the media on the backs of digitalization, you can do it. Right. Go to any village around our country now, the most illiterate in the sense of, they all use mobiles, and they know how to use the mobile to even transfer money. So they would learn, and they would become so well informed as to be able to hold their government to account. It will make for good governance, accountable governance, and also generally make responsible citizenship. Okay. And so when he told me you were doing this, I thought I should come and let you know that 5 years we've been talking. We've been talking with governments within the 5 years. Some governments, we've talked with the main banks on the continent, like African Development Bank, the African Bank. We've been trying to let them see the urgency of this, because if Africa does not awaken itself to the digital age, and also with the AI, what is it? What is the AI? Artificial intelligence. If we do not do it, and the way the other continents are rushing around, we are not careful, we'll find ourselves back in perhaps worse colonialism than happened earlier times.
But what has been the response of these governments you've engaged? And then the banks?
I think it's bureaucracy. They hear the thing, say, this sounds good. Oh, we'll think about it. And then they leave it somewhere. The reactions are too slow. And I feel bothered. I feel really bothered. Because now, but like my grandson, a young man, he's not even 30. Did engineering, and now he visits me from Britain, and I say, you are an engineer, why don't you go to some factory? I said, no, he's an expert in data. So he's a consultant by himself, making money. So the other time he came, I said, look, if you are a businessman, sort of dealing in data, and you've made money, then pay me back all the help I gave you on that. And he smiles at me and said, all right, next time I get a contract, I'll bring it to you. So we work together, knowing that I can't do anything. So the governments and the authorities, they all write fine things to us.
All right, so you're welcome back to the concluding part of the broadcasting at the Crossroads Forum, the final part for the day. This forum is being brought to you by the Africa Media Bureau in partnership with the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation. This program is being sponsored by Keynote and WAPS. It's also supported by Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. So if you're watching me via TV, that is Channel 1 TV. If you're listening, that is City 97.3 FM. We're also, on all our social media platforms. I want to say that on Twitter, we're using the hashtag Africa Media Bureau or Afri Media Bureau. And we require all of you to retweet or at least put out a statement with one of these hashtags. So please indulge me for a minute to do that for us. Please go to Twitter now, and then you can search for Africa Media Bureau or Afri Media Bureau, or better still, go to Channel 1 TV or City 97.3 FM, and please retweet one of the things you see under these two hashtags. You can retweet a video, you can retweet a story, so that we can show the world the great insights that we've done here. We'll quickly move to the third and final panel discussion, which is looking at technology, innovation, and convergence. It's going to be moderated by my good friend Hilary Andor. But then we have Theodore Asampong, the Managing Director of WAPS, who will join this panel. We also have Steve Martin, the Senior Business Development Manager at BBC News, who will join this panel as well. And then we have Abonkele Cookie, Manager OTT, Digital Streaming and Solutions for SABC, joining this panel as well. And then we have Winnie Judono, Senior Manager Digital Platforms at MTN, joining this discussion as well. So please help me to bring back Hilary Andor to take over from here. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Vivian. Good afternoon again, and welcome back from coffee break. I know we've appreciated our dignitaries, but I think it's important to give honor to whom honor is due. So we want to again thank the Honorable Minister of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations, Honorable Samuel Nate George, for being here and for staying with us throughout the day. Can we put our hands together for him? We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of the Director General of the National Communication Authority. And we also want to make sure that we acknowledge our sponsors, the people who've made this possible. So broadcasting at the Crossroads Forum is brought to you by Africa Media Bureau in partnership with the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, sponsored by Keynote, WAPS, and supported by Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. A round of applause to those who made this possible as well, please. Come on, you had coffee, you had tea, you had snacks, a bit more energy. Thank you so much. So we're going to go right into it. Our panel is going to be focused on technology, innovation, and convergence. But before then, we will have two presentations. Our very first presentation, the opening presentation, will be by Theodore Asampon, who's the Managing Director for WAPS. Can we put our hands together for him as he approaches the podium? Come on, let's encourage him, please.
Okay, thank you, Hilary. So, good afternoon once again. This is a session that I usually don't like, the one after break and lunch. The room is a little bit sparse, but I'm happy to see actually quite a number here. Thank you for making it back. Honorable Minister of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, you're recognized. Actually, I have a correction to make. I saw on the screen that it says I'm the MD of West African. It's West Africa without the N. It's West Africa Platform Services. Thank you. Okay, where's the presentation? Can I have my presentation, please? So I looked at the theme for the panel, and I thought it would be a good idea to go into the technology trends shaping broadcasting in Ghana and Africa. All right, great. It's here. Thank you. Good. So we have come from a world where everything used to be analog, and until I think 2016 or so, when the ITU decided that we need to move to digital, everything was analog. But then it's moved so fast since then. I mean, there's now digital media coming in, disrupting the space. But we have to take this opportunity and seize the moment in this new media era. And this is what I'm going to talk about, how we can do that. But before I do that, I'm going to go into some trends. So the shifting landscapes. Okay, in fact, I'm using my laptop, but I forgot that I have the pointer here. The shifting landscape is made up of two revolutions. There's a digital migration, which we've all heard about. This is the move from analog to digital transmission. We have to make a final push to make this happen. Since morning, everyone has talked about the digital migration. In fact, the Honorable Minister would agree with me, Ghana has actually migrated because the DTT system works in Ghana. However, and correct me if I'm wrong, there hasn't been the analog switch off. We don't know why that is. But I know that every broadcaster in this country is using digital migration, or the DTT, or maybe DTH. So where is the final push? We need that final push. Then there's the internet revolution. We've heard already about what is happening. Now there are phrases like mobile first and digital only. This is because more content is going online. And the result is indeed a dynamic but competitive and fragmented media environment where traditional models are being challenged. So what is the first trend? Is the unstoppable rise of OTT. The audience is moving online. We've heard about it. Gradually, content delivery over the internet is no longer a niche, as you see, but a mainstream viewing habit. The key drivers are smartphones. There are smartphones everywhere now. I think over 60% of Ghanaians have smartphones, if I'm not mistaken. And there are many players. I've just mentioned some of the popular ones here. There's Netflix, there's YouTube, and of course we have local heroes like Showmax and other local OTT providers. So the strategic shift is that traditional broadcasters must adopt a digital-first mindset, and I'll come to that. This means developing apps, on media libraries, video on demand, and live streaming capabilities. And the technology that we have to watch is efficient video codecs to squeeze the bandwidth down so that we don't have to pay so much for data when we are streaming these content. And of course, developing content delivery networks. I'll come to that as well. The second trend is that 5G is here. Mobile is king, whether we like it or not. Today's reality is that content is now being optimized for mobile. I'm into photography and I like shooting videos. I used to like shooting videos in landscape. I'll turn my phone around and I'll be shooting it. But more and more you see that video is becoming more vertical to suit the handsets. And there's a new trend. And they're becoming heavier as well. So 5G must come. We have companies in Ghana who are ready to deploy 5G. 5G will give us ultra HD streaming without buffering. It will be more reliable, it will have high quality live streaming, and there will be more new immersive experiences, augmented reality, virtual reality. The third trend is hybrid, the best of both worlds. Now what is it? We know about DTT. We also know about DTH. I haven't mentioned that. DTH is direct from satellite. That's the area I focus in. But DTH has always been around from time immemorial. Analog has been DTH before. Now digital is also DTH. Those of you who watch multi-TV at home, we are the engines behind that. And over 70% of homes in Ghana actually consume their content via DTH. However, we can combine the two, the DTH, DTT, and OTT in one, in a hybrid world, so that you don't miss out on the digital first or digital only content whilst you keep up with your traditional broadcasting content as well. So there are key devices coming in. I was at IBC last 2 weeks. IBC is the International Broadcasters Conference held in Amsterdam every year. And the buzz was about DVBI. This is a set-top box that allows you to combine DTH, DTT, and OTT. So streaming and DTH and DTT are coming together. They're marrying. This is a trend that is coming. We can't run from it. And the benefit will be for you to be able to consume this content wherever you are, home or on the road. And what is the fourth trend? AI. We've heard it mentioned. His Excellency mentioned it. Artificial intelligence. Working smarter, not harder. I know that some of our broadcasters here are already dabbling into it. Smart productions, automated video editing, content tagging, highlights generation. This has been done by AI. Personalized content, AI-driven recommendations to keep viewers engaged, deeper insights. And of course, they have dubbing, audio dubbing, now has been done by AI. So if you're not using AI, you're being left behind. So what are we to pay attention to? What are the key takeaways? To succeed, we must adapt to new realities. We must embrace a multi-platform strategy. Our content must be available linear TV, which is the DTH and the DTT, on mobile, which is the OTT, on demand, which means we have to prepare content for people who wants to watch it whenever they want to watch it. Somebody was talking about Ben Avler's point of view being shown at 9 p.m. and that you might not be ready to watch it. After 9 p.m., you can go home at 11 and have it on demand and still be able to watch that and not miss it. And that is what the online distribution is going to bring, the OTT. We have to prioritize local content. In fact, I have not heard much about local content today, but local content is key. Local content is king. If we are going to make money as broadcasters, we have to rethink local content. Some of the top channels in Ghana are those channels that are actually in local language. I'm not going to mention names, but if you look at the measurements that we have, at least that's the ones that we can trust, some of these channels are in the top 5. They're speaking in Twi and other languages, local content. I remember when one network dubbed foreign content in Twi, it became so popular. People want their content everywhere, anywhere, but also local. Okay. We have to solve the data problem. And I'll show you some slides later on why that is key. We want to go online. Content is moving online, but we're struggling to get there because the data is not easily available or affordable. Maybe available, but not affordable. We also have to rethink monetization. I heard a few people talking about it. Look, there are over 180 TV channels in this country and 700 radio channels, and somebody's asking the question, is there too many and what are we going to do about it? I believe competition will be the answer. However, we are not able to compete fairly because we don't have the audience measurement statistics to do that. And advertisers are struggling to find where they put their content. Now, if we moved in that direction where we can have proper digital audience analytics, you find that the best creators of content and broadcasters will win and the rest will fall away, and that will solve the problem by itself. I mean, the NCA doesn't have to tell you we can't give you a license because they can't do that. You get the license, but you have to compete. You have to produce good content. But the people who measure whether your program is good enough, we don't have them. We don't have recency. We have some companies giving data every month, but we need data that comes every minute, every hour, every day. And that is what will help us with this plethora of broadcasters. But wait a minute, traditional TV continues to be relevant. Yes, of course, due to the data problem. So I want to give us some statistics here. I picked this up from a company called Data Access. What they say is that currently 5 to 6% of homes in Africa, homes, not people, by the way. When we distribution bodies talk, we talk about homes. We don't talk about individuals. We talk about TV homes. 5 to 6% of all homes in Africa subscribe to OTT. And this is growing very slowly, 2% every month. My son is calling me. Oh, gosh. I should switch off the internet. Yeah, technology. Sometimes it's not all that. Okay, here we go. All right. But that doesn't mean that there are no demand for OTT. There is demand for OTT. I mean, the reason why only 5 to 6% of homes subscribe to OTT is because only about 10% of homes actually have access to fixed broadband at home. We'll come to the mobile in a minute, but we're talking about home now, where people still like to consume content. I mean, we all get home at some point and usually want to sit down and watch TV. And this is the problem, only 10%. And this is growing very slowly by 15%. So when you look at the number of homes with fixed access to broadband, you can see that the demand is there because over 50% of these homes subscribe to OTT. So can you imagine if we had 60-70% of homes with fixed, reliable broadband access? That number will be considerably higher. So the demand is there. So broadcasters, beware. This is where we need to go. Yeah, I made that mistake again. So this is the 5 to 6% of homes, and there's the 10% that have fixed broadband at home. And from that 10%, 50% of those are connected. This is why I'm saying that the demand is there for OTT. But we also know that mobile penetration is very high in Africa. So high that currently more than 70% of African population, now when we talk about mobile, we now talk about people, population, have access to smartphones with broadband access and are consuming data. So this is why we're seeing people consuming more and more of their content on their mobile phones. However, if they had fixed broadbands at home, they'll be at home watching as well. So all that we're saying is that the online, digital-first, digital-only content is here. People want to have it. It's just the barriers as far as data is what is holding them back. So how are people consuming media in Africa if only 5% to 6% are connected online at home and the rest are on mobile? So at home, what are we doing? This is what's happening. You can see the trend. You see there's DTH, free-to-air, there's DTH pay, there's other pay TV, there's other free-to-air, and so on. So the other free-to-air is mostly DTT. The trend here shows that DTH with the satellite, by the way, free-to-air, is growing gradually. And DTT is, also growing, but a little bit flat. But it's not the people's fault because the DTT in Africa is not developed as DTH. Most African countries have still not switched from analog to digital. In fact, I think Ghana and only maybe 5 or 6 other countries have a full nationwide digital coverage. The rest don't. And this is why satellite seems to have a high peak. So satellite continues to lead the growth in Africa, whether we like it or not. But what is the situation in Ghana? In Ghana, it's the same. From this data from one of our partners, SES, over 70% of homes consume their media via satellite, or at least satellite is their primary mode of consumption. That's what this data is saying. And out of all these satellite homes, our platform, the one we run at WAPS, are in 9 out of 10 homes of satellites. And 26% of homes, now roughly 30%, are on DTT. OTT is creeping up slightly at 3%, so OTT is coming. Let me go back. So with that, what can Keynet and WAPS do with you, the broadcasters, to embrace the future? So here is where I do a little bit of a sales pitch to talk about WAPS and Keynet. After all, we are the sponsors of this event. So indulge us. I'll start with WAPS. West Africa Platform Services is a 100% subsidiary of Keynet. Keynet has been existing since 1996. And when I'm here on the shoulders of the chairman, Mr. Homado. WAPS is an independent English language TV platform that currently houses over 120 TV channels, some of them from outside the territory. And we reach almost 5 million homes in Ghana. Out of the 7 million homes, we reach almost 5 million. This is our footprint. It's on a satellite called Astra 2F by a satellite company called ICS. And again, we are the engine behind the multi-TV platform. Our channels are licensed by the NCA, as you can see there. Some of them are on the bouquet license, because you saw that there are 70 operational, but there are bouquet licenses as well. They didn't mention bouquet licenses, but there are bouquet licenses as well. Okay. So this is what we offer. As a broadcaster, we take your content, we receive that content by various means, and we manage that content. We can encrypt it, we can do some content checks, we can have remote playouts, uplink it, and you can receive it at home as DTH. And very soon, we'll be introducing OTT as well. What we want to do is we want to make sure that our broadcaster partners does not mix the online audience. So we're introducing OTT for our broadcasters. And eventually we can combine the two, or we will combine the two on a DVB-I hybrid box so that you can consume by satellite as well as via online. And as I mentioned before, we are a Keynet company. And what does Keynet do? I mentioned Keynet being set up since 1996, 100% old Ghanaian company, heavily invested in the state-of-the-art infrastructure. In fact, the teleport that we use to uplink these services is the best in West Africa today. And satellite companies, national satellite companies, partner with Keynet to help them uplink to their satellites. The whole of West Africa, Keynet is the one they choose. These are some of the partners that Keynet work with. A huge list of technology communication companies. So what does Keynet do? What do we build? We have the teleport, which is for satellite uplinks and monitoring. We have the broadcasting, which WAPS is championing. We have rural telephony. Keynet is the first company that introduced rural telephony in this country, making it possible for rural areas to receive their mobile network. We run network service platforms, ISPs, VSATs. We also operate IoTs, Internet of Things, and we have a solar power system unit that ensures that broadcasters can have power via solar. The DTT sites are using solar, or some of them at least. So when it comes to broadcasting, we are the one-stop shop for your broadcasting needs in Ghana. So come to Keynote and WAPS, and we can deliver your content anywhere in Ghana and throughout the world. So finally, and I was happy that Hillary mentioned this, that the future is bright. The future is bright for the bold. The technology shifts in African broadcasting are not threats, but immense opportunities. So by embracing the innovation, focusing on local audience needs, as I mentioned, and adopting agile strategies, broadcasters in Ghana and across the continent can not only survive, but thrive, defining the next chapter of African media. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Theodore. Can we put our hands together for him one more time? So we have one more presentation, then I will go into our panel. I know that we're strapped for time, but I think our panelists have spent their time to research this, so let's take the time and enjoy what they've prepared for us. So Steve Martin is a Senior Business Development Manager at BBC News. He will be joining us via Zoom, so I hope we can connect. I mean, we just spoke about technology, so it should, show up seamlessly in the next 10 seconds. And then after that, we'll call our two other panelists. There we go. Steve, can you hear us?
I can. Hello.
Fantastic.
A very good day
Hi,
to you.
hi. What is it, Obake?
And I don't know who's in the room there, but I understand you had Your Excellency, former president earlier, and other friends of the BBC. George Tuamasi, I know, was there speaking earlier. It's good to be in touch with everybody there. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, and then we also have our Honorable Minister of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations here. So from the gateway of Africa, we say Obake and Akwaba. And please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Honourable Minister, and all other media professionals. All protocols observed, of course. I just wanted, before I start, to say I'm sorry I couldn't be in the room with you today. I am due to be in Accra in 10 days' time, and indeed my Ghanaian visa has just come through. So I will do everything I can not to say anything today that puts that at risk. I wanted to talk about the cost to innovate today, because we cannot outspend some of our international competitors. The BBC is a big organization, but we can't outspend Netflix or Amazon, and we don't have the resources of some of our international competitors in the broadcast field either. However, we can all outthink them. We can do positive work which is focused on audiences, on markets, to be creative and respond to audience needs. So today I wanted to talk about that, the importance of that, and what we need to put in place, to my mind, to ensure that we can think creatively and we can serve audiences well. And I understand we're going to be talking about technology as well and platforms, and that's all great, so plenty of time to do that as well. So a little bit about the BBC. It's a big organization in terms of its impact around the world. In terms of international broadcasters, it is number one. We serve 453 million people around the world every week. This is a weekly number, by the way. You'll know a lot of data, especially in the digital world, is published as a monthly number. We do our numbers in the BBC on a weekly basis for various public service reasons. 453 million around the world coming to the BBC every week. 418 million of those are coming to us for news, and I work in the BBC News service, so that's a really vital part of our public service offer globally. And out of that, 313 million is to BBC World Service, which you'll know as a radio service on 101.3 FM in Accra, 104.7 in Takoradi. I had a great pleasure a few years ago in launching that service. And thanks to our friends at the NCA for allowing us to broadcast in Ghana and serve audiences directly. We also provide a lot of content via our partner network, and I'm very proud to be working with all the leading groups in Ghana in providing BBC content via our partners. Very recently, we've launched a new youth-focused piece of audio. Every night you can hear that on YFM in Kumasi, Takoradi and Accra. It's called What in the World, and it's 7 p.m. on YFM. We also measure our trust ratings around the world, and globally we try to be the leader for trust, for reliability and for independence, and we track these numbers year on year in a basket of markets around the world. I'm pleased that we are number one against our international competitors on all those counts. You will know as well as we do that trust in media organizations, in all kinds of organizations, is really under threat around the world, and these numbers have come down for all organizations in recent years. We track them, we're down to something 62, 63 for trust and reliability, and a measure of perception of independence is down to 51%, but the BBC still leads the pack in all those markets. I have to say the numbers coming out of African countries are a lot more optimistic than the global average that you can see on this chart. And while we don't have specific data for Ghana, I hope you'll forgive me if I show some numbers for Nigeria, which is the best kind of proxy we've got for West Africa. This is from a survey done by the Reuters Institute. It's published every year, and I highly recommend it. It's a digital news report. It's freely available. It's published openly, and you can see this. And it gets quite granular in the markets that it covers. So in Nigeria, for example, it looks at trust ratings of all kinds of media organizations, including broadcast and print. And right up there at the top end, the most trusted source of news is BBC News. Number two in that market is Channels Television, which is a partner that we work very closely with. If you've seen a TV show called Gist Nigeria, that's a co-production that I organised with Channels TV. It's a programme that neither of us could have made alone, and it does really good business for audiences in Nigeria. You can see it on GH1 as well in Ghana. So number one in that market, but just take a look at those numbers on the left-hand side. They're right up in the 80s and 90s, much higher than the global average. So trust in media remains high in West Africa, and I think we should remember that and draw hope and inspiration from that. Audiences trust their favorite radio stations, their favorite TV channels, their favorite digital media platforms for the content that they receive from them. And in a world where social media is the least trusted platform of all, we can retain faith in what we do at locally. So the confidence to innovate, I believe it's built on a number of solid foundations. I want to touch on a few of these today. So values. We have a set of values at the BBC, and I'm sure you do at your organisation as well. I'll tell you why ours are important to us. I want to talk about purpose as well. BBC is a purpose-led organisation. We have a strategy, we have a global strategy, but also one in the UK where we are the public service broadcaster. And I want to give you a little trip around the BBC and around the UK and our services there today. And then finally, just a little bit about aligned interests. If you're a commercial organisation, this will differ from a publicly funded organisation, but aligned interests, getting those right, understanding those and communicating those to your teams is an important foundation for being able to be creative and innovate. So let's talk about those. These are the BBC's values, and if you work at the BBC, you have a badge like this. And lets me in through the front door at the BBC when I go into my office. And on the back of it, the BBC's values are printed to remind us all what they are and why they're important. And these won't be the same for every organisation, but we have these for our teams, and we make sure that everybody in the BBC knows them, understands why they're important, and then can be measured against them when we do our appraisal work. So we have every 6 months, we have a conversation with our teams, and we map their job goals and their career goals against the BBC values, so everything is properly aligned. So audiences, first of all, we say that audiences are at the heart of everything we do at the BBC. It gives us license to do a lot of audience research, and because our audiences in the UK pay for the BBC, it helps us deliver a service that is valued by everybody. We say that creativity is the lifeblood of our organisation, and forgive me for repeating myself, we can't outspend everybody, but we can outthink them, and it's the value and the quality of our ideas that drives the value that people perceive in the BBC's output. Trust is the foundation of the BBC. We are independent, we are impartial, and we are truthful, and those are unshakable standards that we hold ourselves to and we hold our teams to in the way that we work, and indeed in the way that we work as teams to each other. It's not just about trust as perceived by the audience, it's about working in a trusted way within the organisation. We also respect each other, we're kind, we're a diverse team around the world, as you can imagine, and we champion inclusivity. And I think that comes through not only in the way we work as teams, but in the output you see and hear from the BBC. Accountability is really important. If you're publicly funded, then of course you need to demonstrate that you're spending public money wisely. So we aim to be accountable, and we aim to deliver quality work, high quality work, and make sure that every British pound that we invest in BBC content delivers for audiences, and that we can be measured against that. And finally, the BBC has many different arms, but it really comes together when different parts of the BBC work together. So we always work on common strategies where we can. We learn, we collaborate together, and we do things together. We have a phrase we say, which is great things happen when we work together at the BBC. So those values underpin everything we do, and everybody who works in our organisation understands them and is mapped against them, is tracked against them in the progress that we make together. So values is the first thing. I want to talk about purpose now. You will know the BBC for its news output, and because we are independent, because we are impartial, we can act solely in the interests of the audience. We don't have to respond to any government, we don't have to respond to any commercial imperative, so we can put the focus of the audience at the centre of what we do and pursue truth with no agenda. And in a world which is divided, in a world where trust ratings are suppressed, this is something audiences really appreciate. Now, I'm going to play you a video, but actually, JB Alotti in the room there, I think has the video. This is video number 1, JB. I hope you've got that there and can play it in. We can watch that together. I'm not seeing it or hearing it. Is it playing?
Drive the change.
You sold to one of our informants a child for 300,000.
No. We are coming for you.
This is mob justice.
When there are secrets that need to be told.
Their managers sexually abuse them, and this has gone on for decades.
When there are wrongs that need to be put right.
They're still firing, they're still shooting.
Our journalists risk it all to expose the truth and help drive the change.
You sold to one of our informants a child for 300,000.
No.
Search BBC Africa Eye and uncover the stories that matter.
We have a wealth of fossil sites, but perhaps none are quite so famous as this the Jurassic Coast.
Yeah, we might find that kid who's got the raw talent, who's in a back street in Preston somewhere. That'd be amazing.
Look, the thing is...
We're moving back to Barry.
What?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a way to make him stay in Liverpool.
I'm in Shetland.
You went home?
I did.
You were born here, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Born and raised in Birmingham, yeah. Think you'll find him one of the good ones? It's not a good idea to look at Tommy Shelby the wrong way.
We transmit throughout the whole of West London. Obviously, once you get to Shepherd's Bush, it gets a bit, white noisy.
So where are you from, then?
The Glens of Antrim.
Lovely part of the world.
You know, we don't come to London very much.
Oh, where do you come from, then?
If you could go anywhere in the world, where would you go?
Glasgow.
If you ain't gonna celebrate me, you ain't gonna celebrate my life, then. You get out of my pub. You'll always be my home, my heart. I'll be with you wherever you are. You'll always be my
Thank you to JB for playing the videos. I couldn't see or hear them from here, but I understand that you've just seen both videos, 1 and 2. Well, you're ahead of me in the presentation as a result of that, which I think is a good thing. Saves time later. I want to talk about audiences first. I talked about the BBC value of putting audiences at the heart of everything we do. So we do a lot of audience research, and we also do a lot of market research, because you'll understand my team isn't in Ghana all the time, and every market is different. So I just want to share a little bit of the audience and market analysis that we would do for example, Ghana, to help us understand how to serve audiences best within the context of the Ghanaian media landscape. So a couple of slides on this. For example, we will look at the television market. So the Ghana market is very interesting to me because it has relatively light touch regulation. So the market is broadly settled by commercial market forces. And this is what the Havas agency, the media buyers at Havas, say is the Ghanaian TV market by share of viewing. And it's, broadly half English and half local language, with one Hausa language TV channel making it into the top 20 there. And the BBC will look at this data, for example, to see which would be the most appropriate partners to work with. So you will know in Ghana we work with TV3, we work and have done since 1995 with our friends at Multimedia Group ever since the launch of Joy 99.7, and we work with GH1 TV as well in the television space, and our friends at GBC host our FM transmitter site. So if you're from GBC, thank you for everything you do to help serve audiences in Ghana with the BBC. Also noticed, and I spotted this year, that YouTube is becoming a really important delivery platform in Ghana for long form and short form content. So more Ghanaians regularly use YouTube than the equivalent number of people in other markets, so higher than in Nigeria and higher than in Kenya as well. It's a fast growing part of the landscape, and no surprise then that a lot of the leading TV channels in Ghana are using YouTube to complement their broadcast platforms. You can see TV3, Adom, UTV, among others, have got large followings there, something up to, TV3's got nearly 1 million subscribers to its YouTube channel. So that's becoming an increasingly important part of the landscape for anyone making video. And our friends at YFM have launched a TV channel called YTV on YouTube. So it's a YouTube first channel. Really interesting development there for the youth market. And people are watching that on mobile, but increasingly on smart TVs as well. And Ghana is ahead of the market on this, ahead of the rest of Africa. Really interesting to watch what's going on YouTube. The other analysis that we will do of market to look at the creative output, and we will recognize it's different in each market, but in Ghana we notice there's a lot of personality anchors, a lot of talk programming coming out of studios. I did a tour recently of some Ghanaian TV studios with some of you, and the studios get really well used, don't they? A lot of content being produced there. And there's a very competitive market, we notice, in Ghana for local news, particularly around election times, but at other times as well. A lot of reporters out in the field doing live view injects to live news programs. There's quite a lot of acquired content in the entertainment space. I noticed dubbed into local language as well. But very little homegrown documentary production we could spot. If we've missed what you're producing, then I'd love to see that, because that's something that we do at the BBC a lot, and it's a really important way of making content that has a long shelf life as well. The other thing about Ghanaian output that is very striking to media analysts like me working across many markets is the confidence and the glamour that comes across in the presentation. There are so many glamorous looking personality presenters fronting up your content in Ghana. That's great to see, and it's clear to me that if the BBC is to make content that works for audiences in Ghana, we will likewise have to front it up with strong personalities, key individuals that audiences can get to know and like. I'm not sure we're always that good at that at the BBC, to be honest, but clearly it's a key ingredient for cutting through in your market. This really struck me, and thanks to Bernard and Samuel for introducing me to the hairdressers. It's lovely to see locally made content in different African countries, and the ingenious way that this series has been produced in a real hair salon at the weekend when the salon was closed, written in-house, locally cast, local crew, local production, really superb. And I understand the first series was very successful, and there's a second series in production as well. Nice to see that. And the other great thing about this, I mean, just look at that screen grab. You know that's the hairdressers when it's on. The consistent yellow costume really cuts through in a competitive market. Lovely to see that. And the last thing I'm going to share with you is a little bit about the BBC strategy in the UK. You've seen the film already, so we won't play that again. But we're about delivering value for all, because in the UK, the BBC is paid for every home that has a television. You pay a TV license, and that's what funds us. So we have an obligation to make sure that everybody who pays for the BBC gets some value in return. And we have 3 pillars in that strategy. One we've talked about already, pursuing truth with no agenda. That's as important in the UK context as it is globally. The second is to bring people together. Our main TV channel, BBC One, is still the place that people go when there's a big national event, when there's a major news story. People will turn on the TV and we will watch together. And on a Saturday night, we have our shiny floor shows, Strictly Come Dancing. It's known as Dancing with the Stars around the world. Millions of people will watch that together at the same time in sync and then discuss it with their friends afterwards. And it's very unusual to have media that still has that unifying, pulling power. But we're very fortunate that the BBC has the scale and the credibility to deliver that in the UK on a week-to-week basis. And the third thing we do is we back homegrown storytelling. We put a lot of money into BBC content. For every £1 that we invest in UK content, We measure that £2.63 of value is then derived in the UK economy, and we spend more than 50% of the BBC's investment outside London. That's more than double what the BBC, what other media houses will spend in the UK. So 20% is the main industry benchmark for out of London spend. The BBC goes up to 50%, and that is reflected on air and on screen, as you've seen in that video. Just so you've got a sense of UK geography, maybe some of you send your children to some of Britain's leading schools or universities. You may know your way around the country. This is what it looks like. And the film you've seen, the Made of Here film, includes clips of programs made in all these places around the UK. So wherever you live in the UK, the chances are there is a piece of BBC content that would have been made close to the places you know in your community. I won't play the video again. Final thing to share with you is about aligned interests. If you work in commercial media, you've got to align your clients' objectives with your audience need and with your own brand. And it's only when you get all of those three aligned that you hit the magic spot and everybody wins. In the BBC, we have a similar model, and it's this. It's about reach, because we genuinely believe that you add public value when you bring people into contact with BBC News content. It's about working efficiently and bringing in revenue where we can. And while our services are free in African countries, we have subscription services in some markets, and we have advertising around some BBC News content because we need to supplement our funding with commercial spend to operate as efficiently as we can. And finally, it's about reputation. So everything we do around reach, everything we do about commercial activity is only done in the framework of protecting the brand, making sure the trust that the BBC is held in is retained high, and that's about the BBC's global reputation. So reach, revenue, reputation, the 3 R's, that is our daily diet at BBC News.
Very much. Thank you very much, Steve Martin, Senior Business Development Manager at BBC. The program will still continue as we announced in terms of the panel discussion, but the Minister has to take leave of us, so I'll quickly invite him to make his key takeaways from the program so far, and then the way forward. Then Hilary will come back and take the mic. So, Honorable Sam George, let's welcome him again.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a very insightful engagement since morning. I really would have loved to stay till the end, but I told Chairman Samens that I need to run. There's something else that's been waiting for me. But I think that we've had very insightful presentations. All the presentations today have been very eye-opening, and the conversations that we have had here have been stimulating, from His Excellency President John Agyekum Kufuor to my big brother George, to Director Engineering from the NCA, and to what we just saw from WAPS. Critical things need to be done. I believe that there's a rapporteur who's taking down all the keynotes that have been, all the key points that have been made today. But one key thing I just want to drive home in this room to our traditional media broadcasters, and that's something I was saying to the Director General of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, is that we're talking about the disruption of new media. However, if you really look at a lot of the new media broadcast that is done on the platforms, they don't own content. They take content from traditional media and analyze that content to create their own content. They actually rely on traditional media. So there is, for me, a diamond in the rough there, that traditional media still has the reach and the resource to create content that new media broadcasters don't have. Because the guy is sitting down there with an iPhone and a ring light and a router, that's all he has. He's not got reporters. He's not got networks. He's not invited into policy meetings where you will get invited into. He doesn't have a newsroom. He doesn't have editors. You have all of that. So what I think we must do here, especially for traditional broadcasters, is for you to embrace the technology and not fight the technology. If you embrace the technology, and I use the example of GTV or GBC. GBC is beginning to make more revenue on their online page than traditional advertising on the TV network. People want to place adverts there because there's engagement on that platform. And so if you're generating your content, embrace digital technology. I always use this when I did the AI bootcamp for ministers. I used this analogy, and I'll use the same analogy here. Those of you who are a bit older and have old aunties, we had aunties who were stenographers in the civil service. They were called stenographers, and they had grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and all of that. And they used the typewriter, where they had a carbon film in there, and when they type, then they draw that thing, and then it goes to the next. That was the enter. That was the enter key, with the typewriter. Now, when computers became a thing, everybody started learning how to type with Mavis Beacon. In fact, how many people learned how to type here with Mavis Beacon? Fantastic. And so we all learned how to type with Mavis Beacon. There were stenographers, grade 3, who thought that they were at the peak of their career and will not touch that thing. And that the civil service will not survive without them. And so they didn't jump on the Mavis Beacon bandwagon. Those stenographers became redundant. When you no longer had the typewriters, and now you had computers, and they did not know how to even turn on the system units and turn on the monitor, they became redundant. But those who adapted, transitioned, and now have become the principal secretaries and executive secretaries in the civil service, it's the same thing that must happen with media houses, traditional media houses. Embrace digital technology and let's move. Now, George has raised critical questions about the broadcasting bill, and that's one of the things that I expect will come out of this. Because look, I've not spent my first 4 working hours of today to just come and do a talk shop here and walk away. We must have some tangibles out of this. And so there's going to be a workshop report that the rapporteur will put together. And one of the things I want, and that workshop report is not just to come and sit on our desk at the ministry, it's for us to set up a technical working group from the NCA, the NMC, GIBA, the Africa Media Bureau. We'll put together the stakeholders. So all the issues we've raised here, including the broadcasting bill, what is our way forward? As minister, I don't want to take policy decisions because that's how I feel. I want to take policy decisions because I believe that the industry agrees with me that that is how we should go. Okay, I've been accused of holding too many meetings, but the truth of the matter is my meetings are engagements to get alignment. So that when I make a policy decision, you don't have a pushback from your stakeholders who you have to work with. So I would rather have 10 meetings and get everybody on board so that when we roll out the policy, it's seamless, than to have only 2 meetings and then end up in court with Giba. They like to go to court, especially Gloria. So on the broadcasting bill, we need to have, the working group will have to look at that, and let's get alignment. When we get alignment and it sits with government's vision, we'll be able to pick it. Are we doing option 1, option 2, option 3? I personally have a view that we could do option 1 and 3, strengthening the NCA, strengthening the NMC, and still have a broadcasting bill that speaks to a number of things, okay, and speaks to the independence of those institutions. As minister, I've already started work on strengthening the NCA. We are doing, in fact, at the ministry, we are reviewing 15 legislation at the same time. We're reviewing and doing new legislation. So we're reviewing the NCA Act, we're reviewing the Electronic Communications Act at the same time, and taking care of some of the loopholes that exist. Do we do same for the NMC and strengthen its regulatory mandate? And then have an overarching broadcasting bill that speaks to the new mandates of both institutions as independent institutions. Again, That's a policy position I hold. It's not the policy position we will run. The stakeholder engagement will draw a conclusion on that. Now, in one of the presentations that came up was the issue of misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech and ethical standards. Again, the Ministry of Communication we were just about to go to Cabinet with a draft bill, and I've been speaking about this. I've been issuing warnings about hate speech and misinformation. We've drafted legislation. It's called the MDHI, Misinformation, Disinformation, Hate Speech, and Publication of Other Information's Bill. It's going to go to Cabinet, and from there we'll bring it to Parliament, and we'll pass that legislation. And when we do, it would spell out clearly that this is fully cognizant of the rights to free speech in the Constitution, but recognizing the fact that your rights end where mine begin. And so we would have that framework clearly spelled out. And George, just so that we are clear, there was a lot of reference to the broadcasting law. We don't have a broadcasting law. There's a proposed bill that Kojopo Nkrumah worked on, but it's not been worked on yet by Parliament. So we don't have a law properly so called. It's a bill in its current form. Again, there's just some clarity I wanted to give to what Paul said about the Electronic Communications Tribunal. It's important that we specify that it is an independent body just like the NMC. It is not under the mandate of the NCA. The NCA provides some support in terms of finances to the Electronic Communication Tribunal, but the Electronic Communication Tribunal is on record. In fact, the NCA has made propositions that, why should we keep funding an institution that rules against us? And a classic case was the case involving my predecessor and Radio Gold and a few other stations. The ECT ruled against the NCA. And in fact, it is that ruling by Justice Dateba that has enforced the position that if you have a 5-year license and you do not renew it 3 months to the expiration, we cannot treat it as a renewal. And that's why we can also not impose a fine on you because your license has lapsed. And so the ECT is a fully independent legal body that they have the powers of a high court, actually. Then the last thing that I would speak about is this digital switch over. And I think the gentleman from WAPS, Theodore, spoke about that. He was asking why we've not done the digital switch over. Well, we've not done the digital switch over because of some of the things I inherited policy-wise. There was this purchase of set-top boxes, and the boxes are stuck in a warehouse. There are issues of duties and all of that, duties in the excess of 82 million Ghana cedis. We figured a way around it, but once those boxes are acquired by them, get into the custody of the ministry and put out in the market, and the NCA finishes all the things that they're doing, we'll do the digital switch over. Because like you've said, a lot of channels or TV stations are now broadcasting digitally, but we still have some analog broadcasts ongoing in the country. And so we'll need to do the final switch over because, again, not every household has a digital TV. So we need to identify and distribute those boxes. But my hope is that by end of Q2 2026, we could have finished those distributions, and then we can announce the digital switchover. But to the Africa Media Bureau, I want to say thank you. To Giba, all the stakeholders in the room, thank you for having this conversation with us. Let's have the rapporteurs work with the key highlights. I expect to see work on the broadcasting bill. I expect us to see a consolidation of the media space. Okay? Because advertising revenue, we must figure out how. I was just telling Vivian, if your advertising revenue in the country is 1 billion cedis, and you are splitting that across 700 entities, vis-a-vis if you were splitting that across 300 entities, you are businessmen. Work the math. Okay? As a regulator, we will only work with you and your guidance and your leadership, so that it doesn't appear as though the ministry is the one doing it. It must be collaborative. So let's look at that consolidation of the space. Let's look at how we also deal with the issues of spectrum management and then the broadcasting issues. And I think that once we have all of that, we can have this working group. To the Africa Media Bureau, I believe that 7 days is good enough from today for us to get the report. 7 days from today, we get the report. With the support of the NC and the NMC and GIBA, we'll set together the working committee, give ourselves some time to then bring up the roadmap for implementation, because I don't expect this to be a one-off thing. It should be a yearly platform. By the time we come back next year to have a conversation of where we are in broadcasting in our country, we should be able to point the things that we raised this year, the issues President Kufuor raised about a media development fund for Africa. How do we start working on that? How do we strengthen? I mean, I've heard the work Keynote and WAPS are doing. Some of the broadcasters raise issues about the DTT platform and some of the complaints we've had about its stability. How do we work to make sure that the DTT platform is stable enough such that people do not have downtimes? These are real issues we need to have conversations about. And so we need to have this stakeholder workshop or working group, and then we can work with it. So to Africa Media Bureau, thank you so much. Let's work together and let's have a strengthened broadcasting sector. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Sam George. He's been fantastic, hasn't he? He's been here for over 4 hours or so. So over 4 hours, Minister of Government, he deserves a better round of applause. And I think so far he's been good to the industry and he's been good to consumers. The part I like is about him fighting the DSA. Is DSTV here? Before I finish saying. So thank you very much, Sam George. I have to acknowledge a few people and then our main sponsors as well. We've been joined just a few minutes ago by the Director General of Regional African Satellite Communications Organizations, Timothy Ashong. Give us a wave. Thank you for coming. And before I let Hillary take charge, I want to do this quickly so that Hillary's team will get as much time as possible because I know they're prepared for this. I earlier had some bashing from the MD of WAPS who wasn't happy with me rushing him. But we want to say thank you so much to some of our sponsors. Keynote, for example, they have provided logistical support for this forum. And the screens, the internet uplink for the forum with their SNG van, that's outside. All this is from Keynote. So please, let's acknowledge Keynote with a round of applause. Thank you very much, Keynote. And then Keynote still has, they have a booth, a beautiful booth outside. So when we're done, please visit their booth. They are in charge of some of the platforms that we find our programs on. They also are managers of the DTT platform for the government of Ghana. They also have some souvenirs for us, so please visit their stand when we're done. Also, the NCA has a stand outside. They are also part of what we're doing today. They are also willing to answer some of your questions, and they are also exhibiting their monitoring gadgets. They use that to monitor the FM band, and they have a DAB receiver as well. So please scan their QR code for more information on that for conditions for operating a broadcasting station. And finally, Bahamas Limited is also here. They provide the 10-key broadcast solutions. They are the main equipment supplier for Channel 1 TV. If you see our beautiful content, the way it scripts is courtesy them. So thank you so much, Bahamas, as well. So let's give all these people a round of applause, please. Right. So I'll invite Hillary back, and then they have the discussion proper. Thank you, Hillary, for your patience.
Thank you. So yes, it always says we'll save the best for the last. So the absolute best panel is about to begin. So our panel is on technology, innovation, and convergence. I'd like to call on stage Theodore Asampong, who's a manager for WAPS. He presented to us beautifully earlier. Can we put our hands together for him, please? Steve is already on Zoom. And then we also have Abongili Koki, who's the manager, OTT, Digital Streaming and Solution, SABC. I think he's connected as well. Yes? Yes, he is. Thank you. And then we have Winnie Jijonu, Senior Manager, Digital Platforms, MTN. She'll be joining us as well. Can you put your hands together for her as she comes to our stage here? So I was shocked to find out when Theodore made a presentation. Did you guys already know this? Okay, so first of all, how many of you in the room have broadband at home? Not mobile data, broadband. Wow, okay, interesting. I was shocked when the stats, 10% of homes in Ghana have broadband. How shocking. So we're probably going to stress Winnie, since she's from MTN, and ask her why. Is it the cost? Is it too expensive? What is she going to do about it? But yes, I'm going to start with Winnie, only because, I'm biased. She's, a fellow lady, so why not? And we haven't heard her voice yet. So Winnie, my question, with 5G scaling across Africa and 6G pilots emerging globally, how will connectivity reshape content delivery, and what will it take to make these advances affordable and inclusive?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear her?
Yeah. Oh, awesome. All right, so thank you for giving me the first question. So when we're talking about 5G, firstly, we'll always talk about speed, right? We're also talking about interactivity. So when you're now using these technologies, you'll be able to, yeah, I'm hearing it now. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to be able to think about like live sports, looking from different camera views. So everything is not going to be as static as it is today, but being able to actually be experiencing everything a bit differently, almost like you're within the stadium. So, and we spoke earlier, so many people have spoken earlier about public partnership, public-private partnerships. This is how it's going to actually become more affordable and more widespread. I don't remember who it was who spoke about it in the beginning, about government providing infrastructure and then private sector being able to thrive on it. But this is definitely something that we believe will enhance accessibility and customers being able, at all levels, being able to have these new experiences.
Thank you so much. Earlier I mentioned that Abongali Koki, Manager OTT Digital Streaming and Solution SABC, was joining us, and I'm sure you can see him. So hello, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I want to go right into it so they can hear your voice as well. So audiences are consuming across TV, mobile, and social media live streams. What does, in your opinion, what does a truly sustainable hybrid broadcasting model look like in 2025 and beyond?
That's an interesting question. I think it's one of the questions that we continuously, on our side at the SABC, we discussed, because the hybrid model needs to be the one that drives the audiences to your platform, right? Most of the time, the social media tends to be where the audience is for short form content, but then the true DNA for traditional broadcasters needs to still remain with the long form. So we usually say that put your teasers on the social media platforms, put your teasers on your platforms that are not originally yours and that you can't manage fully, and then redirect your audience to the best of your ability to your audience. For instance, we've got SABC Plus that we launched a few years back. That SABC Plus platform is available globally, but we've realized that our audience is still loyal to your YouTubes, etc. So we're trying to redirect that audience, especially with exclusive content, exclusive strategies that speaks to our audience, knowing very well what they like and what drives our numbers back to our own native platforms to keep them, and ensuring that traffic and revenue is upscaled to our benefit and not necessarily to third-party platforms. So it is a tricky one.
Thank you so much. So we're going to go through different subject areas. So Winnie just touched on, we did a bit of AI. Abongali has just done something to do with our streaming. And I want to go to Theodore and mention, because I think he touched on it briefly, how we transition from analog to digital. Most countries are nearing full digital migration, yet rural coverage and adoption challenges remain. How do we ensure no community is left behind?
All right, thank you very much. Well, I mean, for Ghana, I think the minister touched on it. We are fully digital, actually. but the analog is yet to switch off, so that's fine. However, there are many countries who are gradually and slowly switching over. And for these countries, and I have to say this, satellite has helped them to ensure that the rural areas continue to receive their content, because as you saw, those rural areas don't have the data or the broadband anyway. So satellite is being helpful, and you saw the graphs. This is also why satellite penetration is being pushed higher than the rest. So yes, to reach the rural areas, usually satellite has been the easiest way. And if you look at the data from Ghana, when we do our satellite monitor exercise, we find that urban areas are more on the DTT and OTT, and the rural parts of Ghana consume more of the satellite, which is what you expect. Yeah. So they're not being left out.
Thank you. Steve, I'm coming to you. I know you mentioned truth, you mentioned the audience, you mentioned aligning and innovation. My question to you, Steve, is AI is now shaping everything from automated news anchors to personalized content feeds. How can broadcasters embrace these efficiencies while protecting trust and credibility?
Yeah, well, I'll start with the end of your question, if I may, because that's the most important part. We are the most trusted organizations in the media, and in a world where digital platforms are full of hatred and disinformation, we need to preserve that. Every organization will have a different approach to it. At the BBC, our AI policy has a number of guardrails embedded within it. One is that there is always a human oversight over anything that an AI algorithm has generated. So, for example, we've just launched a new service, BBC Polska, in Polish language in Eastern Europe. It's launched extremely quickly and incredibly efficiently. And a lot of the content on that service has derived from journalism that's been produced by BBC reporters in other languages. We've employed AI to help with the translation, but then a Polish-speaking BBC journalist looks over all of that, checks, corrects, and ensures that it meets the BBC's editorial standards before that goes anywhere near the audience. So it's being used within the BBC for operational efficiency, but in such a way that it doesn't compromise the trust that the BBC that the audiences place in the BBC. So that's the way we're doing it at the BBC. And I would just say to everybody who works in traditional media with a big brand, whether it's a public broadcaster or a market-leading commercial broadcaster, don't put the trust that the audience places in your brand at risk by making simple mistakes through AI.
So Steve, thank you for that. And I think you actually answered my follow-up question about, and it was going to be about why safeguards or what safeguards are needed to prevent AI-generated misinformation. I think you answered that by citing the example of your Polish journalist. Thank you for that. Looking
Pleasure.
over to make sure that it's accurate. Winnie, we're coming back to 5G because it's critical, but not exactly, not exactly 5G, but around 5G. So beyond speed, how can 5G and edge computing transform the way audiences interact with live broadcasting?
So yeah, thank you for that. So as we spoke about earlier, if you can imagine yourself you ever watch a game show?
Yes.
When now you need to vote or you need to kind of ask a question or answer a question. Now when you're talking about edge computing, what that means is that it doesn't have to do the full journey of going all the way back to the original servers to come all the way back to you in Ghana. So this is actually having these intermediary devices that they can come back to you with more speed. So it allows us to have a more interactive engagement when you're interacting with content online or digitally. So that's how we see it supporting the ecosystem where people can be more engaged and have more of a real-time exposure and experience with content.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Abongali, I feel like I have two questions for you. I know you spoke earlier about redirecting traffic to sites that people like, but two things. how can local broadcasters stay competitive with global platforms while delivering content that reflects local culture and values? I know you described, getting the traffic, but how do you do that? How do you make sure that it reflects your local content, local culture and values?
That's a good one. So basically, Steve touched on it in his earlier presentation that content is key, and especially when you're personalizing it to the region or the area that you are based in. So you can have the best technology behind broadcast. You can have the best outlook, public viewing. But if your content is not speaking to your audience, you are going to lose a lot of your loyal people that consume your platform. So the best is strike a balance for traditional broadcasters especially. Strike a balance, be competitive, see what small streaming platforms are doing, bring those strategies into your model, but also keep a distinct fine line between traditional broadcasting and digital streaming, because as much as they are separate, but there are overlaps. And know your audience where they are placed at, because that will tell you or give you a heads up to say where should you focus your content on. The nice thing about digital or online streaming is that it provides broadcasters with detailed analytics that helps the strategy behind content to be able to push a niche market based on what the audience is consuming. So there are lots of benefits with your technology that you put in, especially from an analytical perspective. You can have a certain bouquet or catalog of content for Ghana and a totally different catalog for South Africa within the same platform. So know your audience, use the technology to push your strategies when it comes to content.
Thank you. And since you mentioned Steve, I'm going to go to Steve before I come back to Theodore. Steve, so looking at models from Europe, Asia, the US, and what you do at BBC, which innovations in broadcasting offer the best lessons for Africa, and where can Africa leapfrog with its own solutions?
Yeah, look, I feel a bit uncomfortable with any suggestion that the way that we do it in the UK is the right way to do it in an African country. I think every country needs to look at its local context, and Abongile's platform SABC Plus is a really good example of that. Because what the SABC has done is create one platform which has streaming audio and on demand, streaming video, TV channels and on demand. At the BBC, we don't have that. We started this journey much earlier. We started with a radio app and a separate television app. The TV app is known as BBC iPlayer. It's the #1 video platform in the UK. It beats Netflix, it beats all of them. In fact, there are more hours of BBC content than all the streamers put together. It's that big. But if we did it today, we would probably have had one app with television and radio all in one place, as the SABC has done. But we didn't. So the way we do it is not necessarily the right template for everybody. But one thing I do know works very strongly, and this is a great advantage to you if you run a TV channel or you've got radio networks, is that we can use our broadcast platforms to promote our digital platforms in a way that none of our competitors do. And remember, don't give up on broadcast anytime soon. In the UK, which is a very competitive, highly digitized market, the number of people listening to broadcast radio every week is still 87%. 87% of the UK population listens to traditional linear radio every week. That's massive. And on an FM dial, you can get, I know the NCA likes to squeeze in lots of stations, you can not get more than 48, 50 stations on the FM dial. If you are a player in a competitive set of 50, that is a highly prized place to be. On digital, you're in a competitive set of infinity. So look after your broadcast platforms. They are highly valuable and they're a great place from which to build your digital profile. Radio in Africa is the #1 driver of digital traffic.
Thank you so much, Steve. Theodore, back to you. I know we mentioned this earlier, but in your opinion, what policies, and based on the work that you've done at WAPS and other places, what policies or collaborations do you think are still needed to maximize the benefits of digital migration for both broadcasters and audiences?
Wow, okay, that's a loaded one. Probably a question for the panel before us. Look, when we had the coffee break, we actually touched on this, and I approached George and I said, look, I believe that eventually a converged regulatory environment will work for us. Why? Because we need one that looks after technology, behavioral, and also digital, online, because we can see that the shift is coming. Media is moving online, and whether we like it or not, we have to have policy to direct that. Broadcasters here are wondering, why is it that somebody can sit online and do something or say something and they get away with it, whilst if they did something, the regulatory body will jump onto them immediately. And those guys online are making all the money because they can say or do whatever they want with no boundaries. And the guys who are doing traditional work and the ones who are spending a lot of money are not making the money. So that we need a policy that will ensure that the digital guys are brought or into line with the traditional, or maybe allow the traditional to do as the digital are doing. But that's not for me to say.
Thank you. So this goes to both Abongali and to Winnie. So this is a question. Can partnerships between telecoms, broadcasters, and digital platforms create sustainable ecosystems, or will competition always dominate? Winnie?
So that's an amazing question, and it's something we're working on today in MTN. So one of the projects we're working on is called MTN TV, which it allows, as a telecommunications company, and also partnering with Mobile Money Limited, which allows for payments. So there was a lot of conversation this morning about payments. How do we broadcasters get paid for content? So partnering with the different broadcasting stations for free-to-air, fast channels, VOD, being available in one solution where you can also then in the future access your different OTT options. So this is something that as a business we are looking at, and how that partnership can work so that Ghanaians as a whole can have access to pay using mobile money, which is the easier way for them to access content of all types, including local content.
Thank you. Abongali, same question. Should I repeat it or?
Repeat it.
Repeat the question. Okay. So the question was, can partnership between telecoms, broadcasters, and digital platforms create sustainable ecosystems, or will competition always dominate?
So it's a good one. Mm-hmm. So competition will always be there. We can't write it off because competition keeps every business moving forward and being innovative. But partnerships are required within the space, especially in the African market. Broadcasters, online platforms need telcos and ISPs in order to keep providing broadcast or online content. One, infrastructure in Africa is still not at the same level as your tier 1 countries. That's number one. Data, which was highlighted in the previous conversation, is still something that needs to be balanced across sectors. Now, for a country like Ghana or South Africa, you need to reach all corners as a public broadcaster, all corners of your country, so that you do not create a digital divide within your audience. Now, that is a very, very key aspect when you want, as a public broadcaster, to reach all your traditional audience and still be as effective as you were in the traditional space. Now, we do understand that not everyone has access to online devices, but that's something where then your government or your ministries, we start having the conversation of convergence and how do we meet each other halfway between telcos, between broadcasters, between the device manufacturers, in order to carry all the people that need to be, or create accessibility to online content, online consumption, and everything that falls in between. So from a device perspective, from a telco or ISP perspective, from the policies and regulations perspective, and your traditional broadcasters, especially public broadcasters, there needs to be a singular conversation or uniform conversation to drive that convergence as a public mandate or public delivery to everyone.
Thank you. And before we wrap up with your one sentence, I saw Steve perk up when I asked that question. Steve, did you want to add to that?
I'm a partnerships manager. I believe in partnerships, and I think partnerships between media houses and telecom operators are vital. We've worked with MTN for many years in multiple territories. It's great that MTN is launching a new video platform. I would love to help serve BBC audiences with BBC content on that platform in Ghana. And we've worked with telecom organizations around African territories which have zero-rated the data for BBC Public Service Radio, for example. That's a great way to help public service organizations get content out to audiences at scale and to drive up the number of subscribers who decide to choose that particular mobile phone network as their platform of choice. So yeah, partnerships, mutually beneficial partnerships that work for media organizations, for the telecom MNOs, and for audiences. They're vital and they're really enjoyable when they work well.
Thank you. So to wrap up, Theodore, and this is for all of you actually, in one sentence, what is the most urgent opportunity or challenge Africa's broadcasting sector must focus on over the next 5 years? Should I repeat the question?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
So, to focus on the next 5 years, I believe local content is key. I mean, we have to do a better job in creating more local content. And of course, once we have the local content, we have to look at the hybrid model where this content can be made available over satellite and DTT as well as online so that everybody can have access to that content. I mean, this is why at WAPS and Keynote, we are championing the DTT conversation, and we are soon to open up an OTT platform so that our partners who work with us can be put on the satellite as well as have be on online as well. And then, of course, finally, because of that, we have to solve the data problem. What is the data problem? It needs to be more accessible and it needs to be more affordable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Winnie?
Yeah, I'd like to echo that content answer, just from a different perspective. So yes, being able to generate more local content, but also allowing monetization of that content for the different people who are creating it. So that, I think, is where we should focus. Earlier we spoke about Africa and not just Ghana. How can we learn about ourselves? I think was the words that were said. And that is through content. And being able to see something that's happening in Tanzania, something that's happening in Kenya, and understanding that culture, but also being able to pay for it so that we can help those content creators create more, and so we can become more united. Yeah.
Thank you, Winnie. Abongile?
Look beyond your borders. Don't underestimate the power of digital and online presence. Ensure that the strategy speaks to revenue and monetization so that your platforms and your business is sustainable for a long term. And ensure that for each market that you are looking to target, you understand their particular interests, their consumption patterns, and also what is not viable, because it's not a one-size-shoe fits all. Every market is different. So when you're jotting down your strategies, ensure that you tick all those pillars and everything else will just come into place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Steve?
Thanks, Hilary. I would say drive for relevance audience. Make sure your audience can recognize themselves being reflected on air and on screen. And yes, platforms will come and go very quickly. Go to all the places that your audience is, but then bring them back into your safe space where they're protected from disinformation and hatred, and where you can build the trust that you need between your brand and your audience.
Thank you so much. And there we have it, the Technology, Innovation, and Convergence panel. I believe that my panelists did a great job speaking about AI and automation and broadcasting, speaking about 5G and high-speed internet's impact, content delivery platforms, and hybrid broadcasting models, as well as case studies from leading global markets, transitioning from analog to digital, funding and sustainability models. Can we put our hands together for Theodore, Steve, Abongali, and Winnie? Thank you so much. And I thought their presentations were brilliant as well. So can you put your hands together one more time? You know, you have my full permission to find them, to Google them, to stalk them, and maybe they would share their presentation as well. But thank you so much, panelists. You are awesome. Awesome. I think we've run out of time, so Vivian is already here. We were trying to allow for questions, but I think she said we're done. So do we have the time for maybe one or two? You know what, just two, not statements, questions. So if you have a question, please show by hand and we'll have you ask your question. Do we have any questions? I feel like they did such a brilliant job. Do we have any questions? Yes, sir. Let's get a...
Hi, Phil. This is a question for you. Keynote and WAPS, yeah? What stops you from becoming or evolving into the GEO, the Ambani Group's GEO for Africa, right? What stops you from embracing the concept of content? You spoke and you said nobody's spoken about content, but because content is expensive to produce, yeah? So you've got the technology, we've got GVC, and we've got a lot of content producers who don't have money. What stops you from galvanizing the marketplace, yeah? And looking out there, where the market is actually properly developed is Brazil. When you look at the diaspora markets, yeah, where technology can reach outside of Africa, where the market is developed, where it can make money, right? It's not being tapped. Why?
Thank you, George. An interesting question. If I understand it right, you're asking why don't we go into content? Is that the first one? Yeah, 360. Look, we're a technology company. Our customers trust us to take their content that they've created, that they've spent a lot of money on, to be delivered to their audiences. I think for us, it will be very unfair or probably unethical to now compete with them on content as well. We have to focus on delivering their content to their audiences in the best quality form and in the most affordable way as possible. I mean, of course we could do content, but I think that would be a very dangerous thing for us to do. We are competing with our partners, and we have over 120 TV stations that rely on us to distribute their content. So that would be, it's an interesting one. What we can do, however, perhaps, is find a way to help them monetize their content better. I mean, the advertising market in this country, as the Honorable Minister said, does not it's not well developed, or there's not a lot of money into it. And the reason for me is because we don't have a audience measurement data that we can trust, or for these advertisers to trust and to put money to it. Is that an area where we can come in? Can we help with providing this data? Maybe. And this is why we're looking at an OTT platform, because then we can use the digital, the online presence to develop audience analytics much faster and probably even cheaper. Can we help build a maybe advertising marketplace? Some countries have it, where you have this data, advertisers will come and then they will buy slots on the most popular programs. These are things that potentially we could do, and we are looking into it, to stimulate and grow the market. But, we might not be doing content. Have I answered your question? Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. The reason why I say this is that the market is malnourished, right? So the content producers who service, most of them are mediocre. It's a fact, right? The Steve Martin's presentation alluded to a lot of talk shows, number one. Number two, the reality about the content that needs to be produced versus the content that's being produced. You and I know that the content being produced stays in Ghana, right? It doesn't travel. So you can't create a market. And the reality too is that what you do, right, you need to break into other markets. So if you could be making twice or 3 times or 10 times the ratio of investment, yeah, versus profits you're making, with DTT and OTT, they supplement apps. The whole process has changed, and you're well positioned to drive a new ecosystem. You really are. It's not about competing with mediocrity. It's about generating excellence into the future. So I think you've got to look at that, because your presentation is impressive, but it's very SES. It cuts itself, it stops itself there, like we provide technology. But the African market needs a bold technology driver who can amortize the value that's not being created in the free-to-air space. The other point is, when it comes to advertising, there's a reason why fundamentally the market is poor. It's a discounted market. The only 2 markets that are relevant to most global advertisers, South Africa and Egypt. Everyone else, they say the excuse is Nielsen's, but now you've got algorithms. So I'll come back to the Ambani brothers, the geo model. They started with Reliance, right? And they moved into technology, and they had the same setup you have now. And the markets that are mature, the diaspora markets, Britain, the US, the Caribbean, South America, that's where you can plug in and make money and bring Africa along. Centec can't do what you do. So when you look around the market, there's no one else doing what you do, not even in Nigeria.
Well, thanks for that compliment. But I mean, going back to the content, I wouldn't say our broadcasters are producing mediocre content. I think we have to applaud them for what they do with the resources they have, because a lot of them are producing content that have audiences locally. So the local audiences enjoy that content. Perhaps if we are able to send them out, they will be able to get global audiences as well. And that's something we can focus on, looking at how we can take our partner broadcasters' content locally and globally. So that's what we're going to try and look at with the Gio Armani staff. There are conversations being had. I won't go into that now, but you and I will have a conversation later. Thank you very much.
So just wanted to add, I spoke about MTN TV earlier, but one of the things we are doing is local content. We're gonna have content around animation. There is I think it's a cooking show. Yao can actually speak more towards this. So yeah, so some of the things we are looking at is driving content, and our platform does allow us to have the in-depth data as to users and audience. So advertising will be easier. So as MTN is a platform, and that's how we see ourselves, not to compete, but as a platform for the industry to be a part of. We want to provide this data, the analytics, and also for you to support you in monetizing your content. But at the same time, we're looking at how do we help the industry to build local content, quality content. So that's something that we're definitely working on today.
Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for our spirited panelists? It was lovely. Thank you so much. We're so grateful. Thank you, Theodore. Thank you, Winnie. Thank you, Steve. And thank you, Abongele. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. A final round of applause for them. They've done a fantastic job. And we've come to the end of the program. It's been an insightful forum. We want to say thank you again to the Africa Media Bureau. They've done a fantastic one. So a round of applause to the Africa Media Bureau. You're clapping like you're upset with them. Is there a problem I need to know about? Yes, that's better. Thank you. And let's also give a round of applause to the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, to the minister who is left, but thank you to him. And then our sponsors, Keynote and WAPS, they deserve a round of applause. And of course, kind support from Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. So all these hours of great content has been on City 97.3 FM as well as Channel 1 TV and also on their socials. We still don't see many of you retweeting and also adding the hashtag to the conversation. So I'll quickly reiterate. The hashtag is AfriMediaBureau or Africa Media Bureau. So go to Channel 1 or City's handles on Twitter, and then please retweet or strike a conversation on those platforms so that the content doesn't die, it runs its due course. And also, like I said earlier, the stands of KNET and NCA as well as Bahamas are outside. Immediately you come out of the room, so please visit those stands. They also have lovely souvenirs for you as well. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for this exciting discussion. We'll see you again in more insightful discussions coming from the Africa Media Bureau. I am Vivian Kai Loco. Thank you. Goodbye.
This is a people's game. They will be bubbling about this one for weeks and months to come. Let's go!